Okay, back to it. Hi, Christine. Oh my goodness. Ugh. I gotta get everything fixed up. Can you hear me okay? Do I sound good? Do I sound clear? Hi, Sick. I'm able to tap that screen now. We are going to be waiting for some more people to get in here. All right, that's good. We just got just fix everything. Everything's back to normal. But yeah. Hey, Sick Wolf. Hey, what's up? Keep tapping the screen, y'all, and share the live. Copy the link and share it to your friends, or you can just copy the link. Just copying the link helps a lot as well. I know, I'm finally free. I'm so happy. Hi, Trin. What's up? McDaddy, what's up? Thank you for the likes, Christine. Hey, K-Money. So today we are going to be talking about LGBTQ historical figures being taught in schools and what that means and how it can help children feel more confident within themselves and have representation in schools. But yeah, if you do disagree with the topic up here, please feel free to drop into the guest request. But in the meantime, y'all, we are just going to be waiting here. We are just looking for some debates. Please be 18 plus. We are just looking for people who are 18 plus. But yeah, in the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen. I really appreciate everyone here. Thank you for the likes. How's everyone doing tonight? I started so late. I didn't even mean to. Something was like wrong with my phone for a while. Yeah, everyone, keep tapping that screen. I do appreciate every single person here. We are just looking for some debates today. So if you do disagree with the topic up here, please, hi Virtue, what's up? If you do disagree with the topic here, please hop into the guest requests. I think you need about 250 to get in here. Hi Heather. Yeah, in the meantime, y'all, please keep sharing the live. Copy the link, share it to your friends. I did also, if you have not already, please follow the account. I also have my Discord in my bio, so please feel free to join. What's up, Jazz? What's up? Please feel free to join the Discord and feel free to follow when you click the bell. Hi Lay, thank you so much. Please feel free to click the bell. It helps you come on here every single day, and it also tells you when I'm live. I usually go live at 5 p.m. every day, but I just got freed from the TikTok overlords. So today we're starting at like it's like 6:50 right now on the dot. So right now we're starting a little bit late. I'm doing great. Hi, Heather. Yeah, but if you do disagree, what's up, Charlie? If you do disagree, please hop into the guest request. User63, what's up? If you do disagree, please hop into the guest request. In the meantime, y'all, please keep sharing the live. Tap the screen. Let's see if we can get to 1.5K, y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you for the likes, Lay. Hi, Lavender. What's up? Yeah, if you do disagree with the topic up here, by all means, please jump into the guest request. Hi, Heart. Hey, Carmen. What's up? Kiana, hi. Thank you for the follow, Heather. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the heart, me, Christine. Yeah, we are just looking for some debates right now. If you do disagree if LGBTQ should be taught in schools, y'all, please hop into the guest request. I would really want to have this conversation. We are just looking for some debates today. Hi, Squishy. Hi, TLC. Hi, P. Thank you for the likes, Lay. Thank you for the likes. Yeah, in the meantime, y'all, please keep sharing the live. Hi, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much. Hi, James. Sammy. What's up? Hi, Ghost. Hi, Lotus. Yeah, if you want to, please, if you disagree with the topic up here, please keep dropping into the guest request. We are just looking for some debates right now, y'all. Okay, I'm just making sure everything's good. Y'all. Please, if you disagree with the fact that LGBTQ should be taught in schools, please, by all means, hop into the guest request. Thank you for all the likes, y'all. I do really appreciate it. We have over 50 people in here, but we only have 7 shares. Can we get those shares up, please? Just copy the link. That helps me get out into the algorithm a lot more. I don't want my little kid learning about that stuff. But please come up. We can discuss it. We can talk about it. You don't have enough. I forgot. Hi, Tara. Hi, Mellow Kev. Ricky Zutsky. Hey, what's up? Hi, Will. Yeah, please. We are just waiting for some debates. We are just waiting for some more people to get in here, y'all. Hi, Em. If you do not agree with the topic up here and you have enough followers, please by all means hop into the guest request. We are just looking for some debates right now. And please follow the account, turn on the bell. It tells you when I'm live every single day. I'm usually live every single day at about 5 p.m., y'all. I should get a job, maybe one day. What's up, Kaz? What's up? What's up, Miss Sexy? JB Banks, what's up? What's up? Thank you for the likes, y'all. Thank you for the likes. We got somebody in the guest request, y'all. We're gonna go on, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
So
Hi, how old are you?
that LGBTQ alphabet should not be taught in school.
How old are you?
Me,
Yeah.
44.
What year were you born?
Excuse me,
What year were you born?
78.
Okay, so why do you think that is?
Why do I think what they should not be taught in school?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Is that what your stance is?
yes.
Okay.
It's a medical condition that should be treated.
What is a medical condition?
The fact that people think that they're LGBTQ.
LGBTQ?
Yeah,
Is that how you say that?
LGBTQ. Yeah.
So what is a what is a mental illness? You think it's a mental illness?
Oh, it's definitely a mental illness. No right. No person like wants to be that way. It's not normal.
Can you define that term, please?
What's that?
Can you define that term, please?
What's that?
Can you define that term, please?
The term mental illness?
Yes.
I guess they got some kind of
No, I don't need.
self-esteem issue or something like that.
I don't need an example. I need a definition. Thank you for the follow, Lily. I really appreciate you.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a medical definition.
You don't know what a mental illness is, and yet you were saying that that's
There's too many for me to group into one. I'm sure people suffer from different ones.
really.
Bipolar.
No, I'm
Oh,
not asking you for examples of mental illness. I'm asking you what the overarching definition of mental illness is.
does not have control of their state of being.
How do they not have control over that?
Because something not the elevator don't go all the way upstairs.
What?
It's definitely a sickness. You're right, Scott.
What does that mean?
What's that?
What does that mean?
I don't get what you don't know. You don't know what a mental illness is.
No, well, it didn't seem like you know what a mental illness is. So I'm asking you for a definition.
See, apparently I'm talking to somebody that has a mental illness.
Are you gonna give a definition? Okay, they just left, y'all. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Let's see if we can get to 5K likes. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. What's up, zombie? I missed you. What's up? Hi, how old are you?
I'm 20.
What year were you born? Thank you for the follow, Louis.
02.
I'm sorry, you said you're 20 and you were born in 02?
Yes, December 23rd, 2 days before Christmas.
What do you think about the topic here?
I think it shouldn't
Why is that?
because if you care about kids, you shouldn't teach it.
Why?
If you go back to African history, they didn't teach it. And African people, where black people specifically speaking,
Why is
we
that?
were in the. You say how it's irrelevant?
Why is that relevant?
Because back in those ways, we didn't go by LGBTQ. There wasn't a thing until white people got here, and then they implemented what you call chemicals into the body. And chemicals is one thing that you can use to alter the body. It's one called phthalates. You can look it up yourself. Phthalates actually alters the body. It's in plastic. It's found in all plastics. That's one chemical, huh?
What are you talking about?
And we're talking about why it shouldn't be taught in school.
What does that have to do with chemicals?
What do you mean? I'm saying you didn't listen to anything I just said, and that was 5 seconds.
Well,
Whoa.
no,
Okay, listen, I'm gonna start slow. I'm
no,
a very
smooth. You made 2 points here, and you didn't state the
no.
relevant.
They correlate to they correlate. Listen.
But no, smooth. You need to state the relevance of the point.
I'm telling you, just don't cut me off. I'm just listen. I'm telling you,
I specifically need you to explain
you're
why
going in and out. I can't.
Africa are relevant to like
You're
what.
going in and out. I can't.
Um, I don't see why people in Africa are relevant to this.
Oh, it's very relevant because it wasn't taught, and we was indigenous, meaning black people, not just Africans. People like to say just Africans. So if you go back to all the teachings back in time, this wasn't taught. This is now a new implementation.
We weren't taught to
You're
wash our hands.
you're going in now. Like I can't literally hear you when you speak. Yeah, I'm
I'm
sorry. I'm not joking or nothing. Like I'm not trolling. I literally
no,
can't hear you.
do I sound better? Do I sound
Yeah,
better?
yeah, I can hear you.
So, again, like back in the day, people weren't taught to wash their hands.
That's a
Does that mean
myth.
we shouldn't wash our
We were
hands?
we were way more advanced back then. That's a proven.
That's
That's not
no.
still to this
Can
day
you
they want to.
example of that? And
Yes,
how that
still to
relates
the.
to teaching children about the fact that
Yes, I
LGBT
can.
people.
Yes, the pyramids for one reason. Still can't explain how that is, but that's an ancient time. And you know what I'm saying?
We we can definitely explain how the pyramids were built.
No, you cannot.
Yeah,
That's
we can.
unproven. They're
No,
actually wrong, and
no.
they came out and said it multiple times.
We have good theories as to how the pyramids were built.
Theories, and that's not proven facts. So let's
Yeah, but
move
it
on.
doesn't mean that there was something that was like
Oh yeah, it's
supernatural.
most definitely. It
We
most
know how.
definitely
Like
is.
we
Okay,
found tools.
let me give you another example. It's been
No, no, no,
proven
no, no,
that
no, no.
dirt.
No, we don't need to do that. Like we found tools. We have other things like that. They had ways of building these pyramids.
No. Okay, listen.
Like thousands of people worked on the
I
pyramids.
got another example. Okay, can I keep
No,
speaking?
you have okay, whatever. Just go. It's fine.
Literally, like pyramids is just one. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not a good example. Oh, they just got removed for community guidelines, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. In the meantime, now please tap the screen and share the live. Copy the link. I really appreciate every single person here. Yeah, I don't understand that conspiracy theory. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Someone get Hillary. Stop it, zombie. Hi, how
Oh
are
my
you?
God. Hello. Hi. First of all, hi. How are you?
Good.
Like, I wanted to come to the TED dude
Wait,
because
just
he
real
was
quick. How old are you? Just to make sure.
2003.
You're 20?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, first of all, like, the whole point that he brought was irrelevant, but he was factually incorrect. Even want to talk about being African, they recognize the LGBTQ as well as trans.
I didn't even want to get to there yet because he started talking about pyramids and it was just
Right. Like, you just,
the
like, he's going on
binary
like a
was just
whole thing about being wrong.
yeah. But I am just looking for people who disagree with me.
Okay. Sorry about that, but I was just like, but have a
Yeah,
great
no.
one.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. W Lily in the chat, y'all. We don't even have anyone else in the guest request right now. So in the meantime, y'all, if you disagree with the topic up here that LGBTQ plus should be taught in schools, please by all means hop into the guest request. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, y'all. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. We have 29 shares. Please copy the link. And also, if you have not already, please follow the live. Follow me. Follow my account. Turn on the bell. I can tell you when I'm live every single time. I do appreciate every single person in here, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Y'all. If you turn on the bell, it'll tell you every time I'm live. I'm live every day at 5 p.m., y'all. Yeah. Please, by all means, if you have enough followers and you are 18 plus, please hop into the guest request. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. In the meantime, y'all, while we're waiting for someone, please keep tapping the screen. I do appreciate every single person here. What's up, Zach? Yeah. Thank you for the likes, Mitski. Thank you for the likes, Zombie. What's up, Rudy? Thank you for the likes, Christine. I do appreciate every single person here. Thank you for the likes. Hi, Gray. If you do disagree with the topic up here, please, by all means, hop into the guest request. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Thank you for the likes, Rudy. Thank you for the likes. Thank you, Tanner. What's up? Absolute mayhem. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Christine, for the for the hand heart. Thank you, Zombie, for the roses. What's up, Midnight? What's up, Allie? We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We're just waiting for more people to come in. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for all the shares and the likes. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the likes, Ty. Hi, Ty. We got somebody else in the guest request now. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. We are just looking for some opposition. Hi, how old are you?
32.
Okay. What do you think about the topic up here?
Yeah, absolutely. At a certain age, definitely should teach about it.
What age?
Probably around the middle school, around the time when you're starting to get that sex ed conversation.
Why does LGBTQ doesn't only have to do with like sex education?
Yeah, but I feel like at that point they may be able to understand. I also don't care if they teach them in kindergarten. Like I have a 7-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and I'm very open with everything about the LGBTQ plus community with them. So I'm not against it at all. I just was thinking,
Yeah,
hey,
that's an arbitrary age, and children are gay way before they are in middle school, right? I think we should teach children about things before they even like develop these certain traits, because they are going to develop these certain traits. I think that's important.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because there's definitely instances where you can tell, like, oh, okay, well that child is probably gay, or at least curious or something along that. Yeah,
There
you're
are
right.
there are effeminate children, but like it's whatever. But I don't think it should be delegated to middle school and up. I think that's ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I mean, I'd like to hear the argument for more. Once again, I've got no skin in the game. I teach my kids as early as possible about it all.
Yeah, so if so children, like young children, can be gay. Doesn't mean that they're engaging in intercourse, but they indeed can be gay.
Yeah.
But my main point is that when we are teaching children about like historical figures, like first of all, of course, like you should teach children that other people unlike them exist, but also say like in the context of like teaching about history, I think it is very important to teach children that gay people are a part, like, or people within the LGBTQ are a part of the global community, and they what is the word, engage with the world just as much as anyone else does. They are just as important, and they impact the world just like anyone else. And it's very important to teach children about these figures, just like it's important to teach like little Black kids about people within the civil rights movement, right?
Yeah,
But the thing is, though, is that teaching, like, say, I wouldn't expect you to put your feet in a little Black child's shoes. But the thing is like learning about things as a little, like a Black child. If I were to learn about MLK and then didn't also understand that he himself was a Black man, I wouldn't be able to get the full context as to why he did the things that he did and why he had the views that he had, right? Not only did it give some form of like representation for children within my demographic, it also showed that, like, yes, these people are an impacted group in our society, and despite all that, they did contribute a great deal.
Yeah, 100%. I 100% agree with you on that. Yeah. Well,
If you agree, that I'm just looking for people who disagree. But thank you so much, Tanner, for coming up. I appreciate your time.
thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Be safe. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing the live. Copy the link, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's see what this person has to say, if they would load in. In the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen. It didn't seem like this person is loading in. In the meantime, y'all, please keep tapping the screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, Colty? What's up, Sid? We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Thank you for the likes. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Let's see if we can get to 10K likes. I do appreciate every single person here. What's up, Gray? If you do disagree with a topic, please hop into the guest request. We are just looking for some debates. Please be 18 plus if you do come up here. God loves you. I hope thank you. Hi, Angela. What's up? In the meantime, y'all, please keep tapping the screen and keep sharing the link. It helps me get out into the algorithm more. Hi, Auntie Cookie. Thank you, Colty, for the likes. I do appreciate you. What's up, Morg? If you do disagree with the topic up here, please hop into the guest request. I do want to get some debates in today. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for opposition. So if you do disagree with the topic up here, please, by all means, hop into the guest request. I believe right now you need like 250 followers to get up here. So if you have over 250, please, by all means, drop into the live, please. Julia, thank you for the likes. I do appreciate you. Mitch Roy, what's up? Thank you for the likes, Auntie Cookie. To be true, what's up? Thank you for the likes, Julia. I do appreciate you. In the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep sharing the live. Share it to your friends. Copy the link. It does help me every single day. And if you feel like it, please feel free to subscribe and follow the live. We got somebody else in the guest request, y'all, so let's see what they have to say. In the meantime, y'all, please hop into the guest request. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for people who are also 18 plus. Ollie, you're back in the guest request. Let's see what you have to say. Ollie's not loading in, so we're gonna go on to the next person. In the meantime, y'all, please keep tapping the screen, y'all. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Let's see what KK has to say, y'all. What's up, Danny? Hi, how old are you? I'm not dropping you, Ollie. You're just not connecting. How old are you? All right, people are not connecting, chat. People are not connecting. Just give it a moment, chat. We'll get some debates in. Ollie, fix your Wi-Fi. I'm gonna give you another chance, but like you're not connecting. Hi,
Hello?
how old are you?
I'm 24.
What year were you born?
1999.
Okay. What do you think about this topic up here? Remember to keep tapping the screen, y'all.
Yeah, I don't believe it should be taught in schools. Yeah.
Why?
Well, I don't think there's any good argument to why it should be.
Yeah, there is. So
Sure. I'm
why do
ready.
you
Go ahead.
No, but come on. Why do you think it shouldn't be taught in schools?
Why should it be taught in schools? That's the better question.
Because people within the LGBTQ are a part of society, just like any other group, and they are a lot of the
So maybe they
times.
can start an
I'm
after
just
school.
thinking-
So maybe they can start an after school thing. They don't have to include it into an innocent child's daily life. That
Yeah.
shouldn't be part of an 8-hour curriculum.
Ollie, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
Sure,
Okay?
go ahead.
So, in terms, for example, like historical figures, people within the LGBTQ are sometimes included, but a lot of the time they are straight up omitted. That part of their life, that aspect of their personality and their experiences are omitted from history, and that is a problem. I believe that if we are going to teach people about history, we need to teach them the full history and the full context correctly. Like, for example, do you know who Nat Turner is?
No.
Do you know who MLK is?
Yes.
Would you have understood the full context as to why MLK did the things that he did and had the beliefs that he had if you also did not know that he was a black man living in America?
Right now you're comparing race to the LGBTQ
comparing
community,
race.
and I wouldn't do that.
No.
MLK was a historical figure. There's nothing historical about somebody changing their gender.
Yeah, no. So I'm going to explain it again, right? I'm not comparing race to people within the LGBTQ. I'm comparing the fact that these are two oppressed groups, and them being a part of these groups has shaped their decision making, their views, and the way that they interact with and view the world. So I need you to answer the question: would you understand why MLK was who he was if you didn't also know that he was a black man in America?
So why don't we teach about because right now you're just turning to oppressed groups. So why don't we teach in history about the
LGBTQ people are
oppressed YT people that are in South Africa?
We should teach about white people in South Africa, and we do get taught about them. We get taught about how they got there, or at least I was. I definitely was.
The oppressed
about everyone.
The oppressed YT people in South Africa is not a part of any United States K through 12 curriculum.
Definitely not oppressed.
The YT people in South Africa are oppressed. Are you joking?
You have a source?
Yes, I do have a source. I can't tell if you're kidding by this. Are you joking?
No, I'm serious. So can you give me a source?
Can you give me a source for racism within the United States?
I'm sorry?
Can you give me a source for racism within the United States? Because that's essentially what you're doing right now.
In what era? Oh, no, you can definitely say that there's racism, but racism isn't necessarily the same thing as oppression.
Okay, here we go.
Or prejudice.
You can check The Atlantic. You can check the New York Times. You can check newdiversities.mmg. Hold up, I'm still talking. You can check the South African Human Rights Commission. You can check no, you can't check that. That's not reliable. You can check africaisaCountry.com. You can check escholarship.org. You can check up United Nations, the UN.org. They did a story on it. On the South Africa today are poor, and the majority of YT students are oppressed. Let's see.
Oppressed how, though? You need to be specific, because none of these talks about specific things.
Okay.
Oppressed
so
how?
Systemic, like the same way that they say the African American within the United States have a systemic right by.
Give it specific. Give it a specific, please.
Yeah, that's what it was talking about.
Yeah, no, give a specific. I like what systems are in place for South African YT people.
Sure. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up for you.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, y'all, please keep tapping the screen and share the live. Feel free to follow my account. Also, my Discord is in my bio. Feel free to join. We are having some good times in there. But yeah, in the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live.
I got you something. Can you look it up?
Okay.
So I'm not going to read everything to you. I mean, you can read. You can look up escholarship.org and then look up South Africa, history of oppression. And let's see, what's the title of this? History of Oppression and Struggle by Kayalo Mativo. He actually typed this out himself. Starts from early morning, June 16th, 1976.
Mm-hmm. So what is this, like an opinion piece, or is this like what is this?
No, this is an African American who was writing about the oppression of YT people in South Africa in
Have you
1976.
even read this?
Say again?
Have you read this?
Yes, that's why I sent it to you. Go ahead.
Tell me what it says.
Say again?
Tell me what it says.
Didn't you tell me to cite you a source and I gave it to you?
Yeah, you need to explain the source.
That's not how this works, baby Bob.
It is
No,
how it works.
you asked me for a source. I sent it to you. Now you can read.
No. Well, because we don't
Why
necessarily.
do I have to explain my sources to you? I mean, isn't that
That's what
why I
we have to
cited the
do.
source in the first place?
Well,
Right
no.
here,
Okay,
here,
so
he clearly says that
Ollie,
it's stereotyped the darkest Africa, and that's why they do things.
Ollie, so I'm going to say this again. So like if you were like writing an essay, for example, you cannot just cite a source. You have to explain the source and why it's relevant. So that's why I'm making sure that you even read this, because I'm not going to read all this on live. So I need you to explain it and give me specific excerpts. This is not how sources works. You cannot just give me a full thing and then expect me to read it all on live.
Yeah, exactly what he's saying. I didn't see that you had me muted, but okay, yeah, what he's saying is that he's saying among the groups of 18 million blacks, right, within South Africa, they are trying to create independent homelands. They're trying to create independent homelands,
18 million
right?
What?
Because they are stereotyped as the darkest
18
Africa.
million what?
What?
18 million what?
18 million blacks. That's what it says from the article.
Say black people. Don't be weird.
Okay, well then can you say YT people, please?
I have been saying YT people.
No, you haven't. I have this recorded, and earlier you did not say it. Earlier you did not say it. I can pull it up.
Okay.
I can actually go back.
Yeah, you do that.
Because I addressed you, but you had me muted, so you didn't hear it.
You didn't. Okay, so let's go on. So can you give me an excerpt where he was talking about the oppression of YT people in South Africa?
Sure. If you hit your right stick when you click on the article, it's going to be in that second paragraph about the story of Soweto. It's been told in many versions, and then you keep going down. You're going to see that they were trying to create independent homelands for each ethnic group among the 18 million black people. So that goes from the argument from Western quarters, and the Wall Street Journal, for one, goes down as an unequivocal supporter of that policy. In leading articles appropriately stereotyped darkest Africa, we read soon after the uprisings, our policy that might offer a glimmer of hope would be a sharp acceleration of the South African regime's homeland policies. Up to now have been a little more than Indian reservations, but it is possible to conceive.
I'm a little bit confused because it's here. I don't see where he's talking about YT people.
And he's saying that they're trying to reduce.
Because Soweto is.
You know what that is?
Well, Soweto is a South African slum, right, where predominantly like black people live, right?
Right.
So I'm confused what we're talking about.
So they're trying to create an independent homeland within there and not let YT people in.
Well, YT people do not let black people into their homeland.
So you're going to turn that to the argument when you just asked me, give me an example of oppression in South Africa towards YT people, and I gave it to you, and then you're going to turn the argument to, it doesn't work the other way. Does two wrongs make a right, baby Bob? Does two wrongs make a right? Yes or no? Does two wrongs make a right?
I didn't even say that.
It's what you just said.
I didn't say that.
You just said, well, YT people don't let black people in theirs.
Well, that's just a fact of the matter of the rampant racism.
But that wasn't the point of me citing the source for you. The point of me citing the source for you was to explain that there is YT people that are being oppressed in this world, and you're denying it after I just gave you a source.
Yeah, but it's definitely not
a very credible source, and you're still denying it.
Well, the source that you gave was not about YT people's oppression.
Yes, it is. I just read it to you, number one. right?
You talked if I'm reading the correct thing by Gallo Mentivo. I don't it's I'm a little bit confused. Um
I'm sorry, then you need to learn how to read and understand literature before you get on here and try to debate people who actually know stuff with history, right? Have a
well,
history
yeah,
degree.
that's why you had to explain your sources, right? But I'm
Which is
going to
which is
explain this
why I
thing.
did, and then immediately following.
Got scared. I'm a little bit confused. You can hop back into the guest request, but in the meantime, y'all, keep saying W guest to yourself is hilarious. But in the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen, y'all. What's up, Kirsten? Keep tapping the screen. Yeah, that was strange. You have a bad connection, Ollie. You have really bad connection. You're not loading in, dude. You're not loading in. What's up, Christy? Thank you for the likes, y'all. Thank you for the likes. In the meantime, y'all, yeah, they're not loading in. Their Wi-Fi is not good. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. In the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen. When you fix your Wi-Fi, you can come back up after this person. We can try again. This person's not loading in either, so that's gonna be annoying. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Keep trying to load again. I don't think that it's me because it's saying that I'm fine, but let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let me see if Ollie is gonna load again. I never dropped you. My hands were never even near my phone.
Hello?
Ollie,
Yeah, I'm here.
okay. Yeah, so the sheer existence of that small town of Soweto is because of racism, right? And so you do realize that YT areas in South Africa are heavily segregated, right? Like there's segregation still going on in South Africa. So can you please tell me where YT people are being oppressed? Because I don't see an oppressed group retaliating against the oppressors is not oppression.
What are you talking about?
Because
Do you know what
Soweto
the definition
is.
of oppressed is?
Hmm?
Do you know what the definition of oppressed is?
What is the definition of
No,
oppressed?
go ahead. Go ahead. I
I
asked
don't
you.
know. I don't know. So what's the
You don't know.
definition of
Okay.
oppressed?
You obviously don't know, right?
What is the
It is
definition of
it is
oppressed?
subject to harsh and authoritarian treatment.
And you're telling me that the black people in South Africa were now subjected to that for like over hundreds of years.
I'm telling you, YT people
Are you going to tell
it's
me that
currently happening to YT people in South Africa.
are you going to tell me in the Dutch colonialism of South Africa that they didn't wipe out an entire tribe of Africans?
Is that what we were talking about?
We're
You love
talking
to
about oppression.
you love to turn things whenever somebody gives you a
I'm
credible
not
source
turning
and you
anything,
can't explain it.
you're saying how YT people in Africa in South Africa are oppressed, but
Okay,
they
so because it happened 100 years ago, it's okay for it to happen to the
no,
opposite group
I
now?
didn't no, I
That's
didn't
essentially what you're saying.
no, what I'm
Then
saying
don't deny the
I'm saying
oppression
that
of
there is
YT
a
people
clear
in South
power.
Africa today. Okay, do you deny this? Do you deny the oppression of YT people in South Africa today?
Retaliation is not
That's a
oppression.
yes or no question.
Retaliation is
It's
not.
not retaliation when
Retaliation
they're
is
being
not oppression
forced. It's not retaliation when they're being forced out of a current land.
because it's not their land.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Okay, so let's take this for a different
Retaliation is not
example.
oppression.
Let's take this
South
for a different.
Africans have been
Yes,
fighting for
yes,
their land back
they
for
were there culturally. Culturally, it was theirs.
nope.
Yes it is. What are you talking about?
They unalived an entire tribe of Africans. Retaliation is not oppression.
Okay, so are you in agreement? Okay, let's just ask you this on a different scale. So, okay, so what's happening right now in Israel and Palestine, right? Would you say that that's the Palestinians?
Like I said before, retaliation is not oppression. There's a clear power dynamic at play.
Okay, who was the clear power in South Africa where yeah, exactly. By the numbers, who was the clear power in South Africa?
It's not about numbers.
It
It's
clearly
about
is. Yes.
nope, nope.
Okay,
It's
let's
about
see here.
political power and racism. There are more people than white people in the world, and yet white people are still agreed upon to be like the standard, right? And that's a problem. But they are like one of the smallest populations. So clearly it has nothing to do with population. It has to do about protected systemic protections for white people or YT people in South Africa.
Okay, difference right now by ethnic groups in South Africa?
Why is that relevant to oppression?
No. It's relevant to retaliation.
And how is that oppression?
On a comparable scale, there are 4,639 YT people to
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
to black
They take
people.
such
There
a
are
small-
49,000. There are
such a small
49,000.
demographic.
There are
They take up such a small
49,000.
demographic, and yet they still have all the political power, and that is a problem.
How do they have the political power?
Because their areas are still widely segregated.
Okay, give me one source for that, please.
Okay. There was literally an apartheid in South Africa. But
Let me ask you this. Is the president of South Africa YT?
It's not relevant to the systems in place.
Yes, it is, because you just said, yes, it is.
Obama
It's not
get rid
relevant
of
to the
all
systems in place. How can you just say a sentence like that but not have any
because that doesn't necessarily change.
Didn't you just say that they were ran by the
yeah.
government?
I
Didn't you
can't-
just say that they had the control over the government?
Mm.
Everybody that's watching and
still-
you,
they have
I want you to
systematic-
look up the president of
I didn't
South
contradict
Africa.
myself. I don't see what
Is he YT or is he a black person?
That's not really relevant. Did Obama
To having government power, it is relevant, which is what you just
did
said.
Obama get rid of systematic oppression for black people?
Everybody, please look up the president of South Africa and tell me, is he YT or is he black person?
Can you answer?
I want you to answer the question. What is he?
Okay, no, I just want to make sure we understand something, right? So, did Obama get rid of systematic oppression in America?
What is that relevant to South Africa? She's lagging, and she's changing the topic. She's moving the goalpost hard here. Okay, you're back now.
You didn't hear me?
No.
Chat, did I freeze?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so again...
Yeah, so how is that relevant to South Africa?
Because that's
You're moving the goalpost by bringing things to the States.
No, you need... Okay, so...
You brought up Obama. The last thing... we were at was government control. We were talking about government control in South Africa, and then you said Obama. What does that have to do with anything?
You cannot listen when you speak. Right? So
view.
You have... I haven't been cutting you off, right? So, again, that's the point that you're trying to make here, right? So let's just get to the bottom of it.
What point am I trying to make? Hold up. Don't even say that. Don't even say that.
Ollie, like, tighten up. When you were asking me what the race of their current president is, what argument are you trying to pose here?
That you said that the governmental powers were in control by YT people.
How is that wrong regardless of the race?
Look up who the president is and
Do you think the president has
who's directly under him? Look who's directly under him. Look at
the only power that presidents
Look at the only people who make... Look at the only people who sign bills and make calls in South Africa, and please tell me, are they YT or are they black people?
What does that have to do with the overall system of oppression?
No, that has to do with you saying that YT people have a governmental control.
It's systematic, not...
Because I brought up the ratio of YT people, which is like 4,300 to the 49,000 of black people. And then you said, well, that's because all the YT people have government controls. And then I said, please go look up everybody that's involved in the government that can make any calls and tell me, please, what their skin color is.
Again, what does that have to do with systematic oppression?
No, you're still moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving. I literally haven't moved at all.
Yes, you are. You've moved it so far. You're in a whole nother field right now.
No.
You don't even know what you're debating anymore.
No.
Because you haven't been able to answer one thing. That's why you're shaking your head saying no, looking at a screen, trying to find something to justify because you're wrong and you know you're wrong. And everybody that's watching you right now, they know you're wrong as well.
Okay. So again, I'm going to ask you the question
Arrogant
again.
host, yes.
What does that have to do with like the overall systematic oppression that has been put in place?
Because government control, right? Government control.
The president can't necessarily change all of those things.
No, not the president, but the government can.
Exactly right. So
So who's in control in the government in South Africa?
It doesn't matter what their race is. The systems take a while to break down.
Who are the wealthiest people in South Africa?
In South Africa?
Yeah.
Why is that relevant?
I'm saying I've already destroyed you on the governmental side. So let's look at a more tax-based approach, right? And look at who is the majority of the wealth in South Africa.
A lot of white people.
YT people. I just caught you again.
YT people.
Right. So
Wait, caught me on what?
yeah, you said that I couldn't say a black person, so you can. So I mean, you can't say YT.
No, you said blacks. I'm not a cigarette. You say black people. That's what I was calling you on. All right. So let's tighten back. But yeah, so I'm looking at the most wealthy people in South Africa. I've seen a lot of YT men's.
Yeah, please tell me what you're looking up though to get that.
I just looked up the wealthiest people in South Africa.
So isn't that crazy how even if you're right, which I don't believe you are, right? Because one YT person, right, is being based on South Africa's wealth because he has dual citizenship and his name's Elon Musk and he's the wealthiest person in the world. So
yeah, I didn't even just Elon Musk isn't even on this. He's not even on this list, and I would explicitly leave him out because he doesn't even live in South Africa right now, nor did he gain most of his wealth in there.
Right. So let's look up.
That's what I looked up. So let's chill on that.
So let's look up Patrick Soon Cheong. Patrick.
Oh, so we're just gonna
which is a black person. Let's look up Koos.
We're just gonna cherry,
which is.
Are we gonna cherry pick all the black billionaires now?
Say again.
Are we gonna cherry pick all the black billionaires now? Because I'm going down this list. Okay, after
she froze again. Yeah, after she just said that she doesn't interrupt. That is hilarious.
Am I unfrozen?
Yeah, you're unfrozen now.
So what are you like? I'm confused. Like I'm not even cherry picking. Like this is like by their net worth, the richest people.
You're not going by their net worth.
Though it's literally you got Johann Rupert worth 1.4 billion. You got Nikki Oppenheimer worth 8.6 billion.
No, I'll actually help you out a little bit. Johann is worth 7.1 billion. I'll actually help you. But still, what I'm saying by this is governmental powers, right, and individual people are two separate things, right? I was just trying to help you by bringing in the actual. I was just trying to help you by bringing in the actual population because individual wealth has nothing to do with that, right? Governmental
power. I wasn't talking about. There are poor white people in America, but that doesn't take away from their like privilege and the oppression in America.
Right, so you keep talking about America when we're still not moved off of South Africa yet.
Because that's the main. How the fuck do we even get to South Africa? Anyway,
because there are YT people being oppressed in South Africa, and I've already and you deny that, and you're denying that publicly, which means right if it's okay in some location, then it has to be okay in every.
Oh my god! Like
no, I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm really just trying to get you.
Oh, he disconnected again. That's unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to Monkey D. Luffy over here. In the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen, y'all. Keep tapping the screen. I don't know what that was about. I truly don't know what that was about. Like we all know that YT people in South Africa are insanely privileged. Like, let's be so for real. Is this person loading in for y'all? He wasn't even on topic. I don't even know how he got there. He just came up there to make himself feel better, I guess. This person's not loading in. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. In the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen, y'all. Thank you for the 14K. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's see if we can get to 20K, y'all. Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate you. This person's not loading in. Let's go. Y'all, I do appreciate every single person here. I apologize. I'm not sure if I'm not quite sure if the connection issue is me or not. Am I lagging, y'all? I hope not. Monkey, you're not loading in. Excuse me, I'm not sure why. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the Rin Ruby. Let's go on to the next person. Some people saying I'm lagging, some people saying I'm not. No one's loading in for me, chat. What's up, that girl? I might have to restart. Hold up. I mean, y'all, give me like 10 seconds, y'all. Give me 10 seconds. I might have to like leave the app and come back. All right. Let's try this again, y'all. Let's try this again. Am I still lagging, y'all? I'm still good. We're doing good. We're doing good. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. In the meantime, keep tapping the screen. Just looking for some debates. Let's see if this person loads in. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Swag. I'm 26.
All right, cool. What do you think about the topic up here?
So I was watching that last guy. I guess that wasn't the original topic, but about this, should LGBTQ plus be taught in schools? I say no, but on the same grounds that I don't think the sex ed should have been taught in schools. I think that's a parent's job. Cause like, how, if you were to say like as a culture, like how sexually educated we really are, it's like absolutely piss poor. So like
So wait, if it's bad, then it's very likely that the parents do not know this information.
Well, I would agree with that too, but if you were to put it up between the parents who don't know and then a school system who parents who don't know and schools who don't know, one of them's incentivized to care about the kid, one's incentivized to make a buck. I just don't trust schools as a system to be teaching things important about sex.
Okay, so real quick, so Monkey D, how many holes are there in the like female genital area?
In the female genital area? That is a great question. I have found two in my experience that I'm conscious of. I've identified two down there. If that's what you're talking about, but I clearly I don't know what I'm talking about, so enlighten me here.
Yeah, that's a problem, right?
Well, I mean, even that, but I'd say yeah, that's an issue. But if you want to, so it's like there's anatomy as well too. I think that's important as well, but I feel like that's a step back from LGBTQ plus. I feel like what you're saying is more fundamental than this. If anything, we should get our basics down packed before we start introducing more complex sexual concepts to kids type
It's
shit.
not a complex sexual concept. It's not.
You don't think sex is a
What does LGBTQ have to do with sex?
isn't it
It's
like
not
a isn't it like a sexual orientation or whatever?
Is being straight a sexual orientation?
I'd say so, I guess.
So do all straight people like engage in sex, or does it extend beyond that?
No, people do what they want to do and they just happen to have a preference.
No. So like asexual people, can they not be straight? Can they not be gay? Can they not be a part of the LGBTQ?
If they wanted to, it's a choice in my opinion.
No. I'm not asking like whether or not they want to or whatever. I'm asking like objectively, they can still identify as these things, and be attracted to people without the aspect of like intercourse.
Right. If they're just not actually having sex. Right?
It's like they don't have sexual desire.
Therefore,
they can still
don't have
have
sex.
they can still have like homosexual romantic feelings or heterosexual romantic feelings, right? So it shows that these two experiences are two different things.
Can you repeat that? I didn't quite get that.
It shows that these experiences are two different things, right? So when you're talking about homosexual people, you're not talking about sex. You're not talking about two people of the same gender or sex having intercourse. That's not what you're talking about.
When you say homosexual, what comes to my mind is somebody who has a preference for fucking guys. Is what comes up to my head when I hear homosexual. I could be ignorant, but like
not all homosexual people engage in intercourse.
So I could be gay, and so theoretically I could be homosexual even if I haven't fucked a guy. I'm in a state of potentiality.
Can you be straight and still be a virgin?
Same question. Literally, that's the same question I'm asking.
I'm just asking, like, do you think that you can't be straight and be a virgin?
Well, I'd say it wouldn't matter until I actually make the decision to have sex, and whatever that outcome is, whatever I did is what.
So asexual people do not experience like romantic attraction.
I've heard that. Yeah.
No, they don't experience sexual attraction. They still experience like romantic attraction. Those are two separate concepts.
Right. So if an asexual
One is
person,
mental, one is
so
physical.
so question, if an asexual person fucks somebody, what does that mean?
It means that they had intercourse. But they
So
had no desire to do so. Usually people within asexual, like usually someone who's asexual that has a partner, they can engage in it. It's not like it doesn't work. It's not like it doesn't feel good. It's just not something that is like a driving force for them.
okay, and so this is kind of where I'm like, I don't think it should be taught in schools because kids already don't have an understanding of reality, and
Yeah,
right there, right,
yeah, they do.
not to the
Kids have a very complex and
I'm
impressive
not
brain.
saying kids aren't intelligent. I might have misspoken here. I'm not saying that they aren't bright and they can't grasp significant concepts,
By
but
the
in
age
the
of
same
around
way we
six,
don't
children
teach.
can grasp pretty complex concepts. It is when you leave them to their own devices and censor your wording around them, is
Absolutely.
that's when it actually becomes an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And like what I was about to say, you wouldn't like if I'm gonna learn guitar, right? And I've never played guitar before, and I'm likening this to the act of engaging in sex. Being educated, learn whatever, but you should be prepared to learn how to do things out in the world. So like if you're
Yeah, but like I'm not even when I say teaching LGBTQ in schools. First of all, you talked about guitar and then intercourse. That was interesting. But when I say teaching like LGBTQ in schools, I'm not even talking about sex ed. Like I think because sex ed, like again, sex ed extends like way farther beyond just like how to have intercourse. Sex ed is like teaching children about consent. Sex ed is teaching children about boundaries, right? And
all
and
of the
if
stuff
that's
about
what we're
sex.
talking about, then that should be taught like K through 12.
I think that would be like a more fundamental thing. Pretty much all I
That,
was saying. Let me finish the guitar thing because that was probably confusing. If I'm learning a skill set or learning to do something, as in the concept of doing sex, which we might have been off at that
yeah,
understanding
but
earlier.
I'm not talking about like teaching like I'm not talking about teaching like kindergartners about intercourse. That's not what I'm talking about.
So like the
If I
same
say
way we
I want
waited
to
till
teach
like middle
children
school,
that
high
straight
school
people
type
exist,
shit.
do you think I'm if I want to teach people, if I want to teach children that like straight people exist, do you think that means I'm going to teach them like how straight people engage in intercourse?
No, but I think you're skipping
Okay then.
steps.
Okay then. So why did you assume that that's what I would be talking about in the context of people within the LGBTQ?
Okay, so let me finish this whole. If I'm going to learn a skill set, any skill set, anything to do whatever in the world, I start at algebra, then I move to calculus. I start learning my basic strings, then I learn how to do riffs and chords and shit. I don't just go straight to chords because I don't have the fundamental understanding of so and
Yeah,
such.
but
So
children
if
do
it's like,
have a fundamental understanding though. That's like that comes pre-programmed into them, right? So if like, a better example would be like if the ability, right? Because like things like say like playing an instrument, those types of traits can be like passed down genetically. And so like if a child was born like pre-programmed with the ability to play instruments and then you taught them how to play an instrument, they would learn how to play that instrument with relative ease.
naturally, yes.
Yeah, so that's the same thing for like sexuality and gender identity. That's the exact
Yeah,
same thing.
but
They already have they
who's
don't have
teaching those kids
they
that
don't
that
have all of the
foundational stuff?
concepts down, but they already have these things pre-known into them. Just
Where
because
are
they
they
don't have
getting
a
this
word
from?
that goes along with it doesn't mean that they don't know something. That's just a conceptual
Absolutely.
gap.
And so when who's supposed to teach kids things they don't know about? So you've got school and you've got parents, right? Out of the two
I think
options,
they
I would
should all work in
imagine.
tandem. I don't think there
Right.
is one thing that one should be delegated to the other. I think they should work in tandem. I think that children should learn everything that they can in schools, and I think that their parents, when they are home, should reinforce the things that they learned at school.
I think that's backwards. I think the father should be teaching the kids everything they need to know or giving them the framework saying, hey, this is what you're going to learn at school. This is
What
the
if the
stuff here.
father doesn't know everything?
That's his
That's
fault.
different, right?
That's fucked up then. It's a fucked up
Well,
situation, which
that's
is
not,
reality.
but that's not realistic. That's not realistic. Like my father, right? My father, like my grandfather believed that it was more important for my father to work on a farm to get education, right? And so my father has a second grade education. What can he teach me academically? What can he really, because he can teach me things about the world, right? My father taught me a lot of lessons. I still think he's incredibly intelligent.
LGBTQ is an
But he,
academic.
he
That's a
but he
worldly
but
thing.
there but I'm not finished talking. But there are definitely concepts that my father will not be able to grasp because he does not have that education.
Academic concepts, sure.
Not just
Things like
academic.
this, I'm sure he could like point you in the right direction.
Monkey, let me explain something to you. It is not just academic, right? My father, because he left school at 2nd grade, that means he reads at a 2nd grade level. So it is not easy for him to like go up and read about certain sources. It is not easy for him to just go up and just learn different things by reading. Usually the way that my father learns is that we have discussions with each other because I got the education from school. My mother became pregnant at 16 and had to drop out of school in like her sophomore year. There is not a lot that my parents can teach me, but because I went to school and because I got education, we are able to bounce information off of each other and we are able to learn together. There is not one thing that is specifically delegated to my parents that is just delegated to my school. We come together, we bounce information off of each other, and together, me and my parents and my 7 other siblings who all went to school.
However,
We
you'll never
need each other.
You'll never convince me that your dad, that the school had a more.
My father grew up in Jamaica. It's not the same.
I'm not. It's not even what I'm about to say. I'm saying like you're not going to convince me that your dad didn't care more about how you were engaging in the world.
No. It is because my father only has a 2nd grade information that he values my opinions because I go to school. That he values my brother's opinions and my sister's opinions because we all went to school.
That's a wise thing that however he took.
Yeah, my father is very wise.
Interest.
Absolutely, he's very.
So however he did it, he's doing exactly what I said.
Let me explain it to you, right? But I just want to make sure that everything is clear here. But that is the important thing. My father nor my mother has this education. They don't have this education. But that does not mean that they do not have some education. That does not mean they do not have certain life experiences. So when me and my 7 siblings all go to school and we all go to college, right?
Okay.
We come home and my dad will be like, well, what about this? They'll ask us questions, right? And we can answer it with them. If they need help reading something, we can read it to them. We can bounce information off of each other. There is not a lot that my father can teach me. My father cannot teach me about say like the reproductive system or like sex ed. I explicitly do not speak to my father about, no, I'm going to explain this. I explicitly do not speak to my father about these things, right? Because unironically, the only book my father has read in full is the Bible, right? And he genuinely thinks that I get periods because, quote unquote, women must feel the pain, right? There's nothing he can teach me in that aspect. So what about children in that type of situation that I grew up in? Because I could not go to my parents with my homework. I cannot go to my parents with questions. What about those children? Because people like that are not going to stop existing.
Okay, so what I was about to ask you, or what I wanted to ask is like, so like what, if that's the case, because I get what you're coming from. So like, if that's the case, what is the intrinsic value? If you could put it in a couple sentences, what's the value of teaching LGBTQ to be taught in schools? Like what outcome are you expecting from that?
When I say teach children about LGBTQ, I mean like even specifically the representation. When we are talking about specific historical figures, they don't bring up the fact, like if they were queer, they don't bring up that fact. No. And that's a problem. They omit these people from history. There are so many historical figures that we had no idea were a part of the community. And also, but let me ask you this question that I asked the last guy. If do you know who Nat Turner is?
Yeah.
Right. So if you know who Nat Turner was and what he did, how would you fully grasp historically why he did the things that he did if you do not also understand that he was a black slave in America?
Well, I'm not saying history is always very contextual.
Answer the question.
I wouldn't. Point blank, I wouldn't.
Exactly, right. And why
Which
is
you
that?
already knew I was going to respond to that, but like period point. That's what I'm saying. History is already.
I just want to ask you why would you not be able to understand?
Because I wouldn't have that context, and because history is very rarely written accurately and requires a person to be able to think for themselves.
And what people within the LGBTQ are asking for is for history to be told accurately, and when we omit these types of people, it is not being told accurately.
I'm almost there now. So if that's the case, then people should be able to think logically for themselves and understand, hey, not everything in the history books is true. That's something that almost many a culture is experienced history not being reflected accurately, right?
I
So it
agree.
comes down to the individual to say, hey, that shit's wrong. Now,
Well,
the
not
outcome
also,
that you were
right?
talking about, saying, hey, we want to get this Now, you're saying that your father didn't teach you how to think critically?
No.
He didn't teach you how to think critically?
Nope.
No part of your thought process has anything to do with your
It
parents.
wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't say that. I said that they didn't teach me how to think critically. My parents do not think critically, not all the time, or not like as a skill as they're supposed to be using it.
Okay, maybe I'm getting a little bit academic with it, but what you asked me earlier, what would I do for kids in the situation that you had described who don't
No, I
have
need you. I
access to
need
that
you to
stuff like
address
that?
the other point. I need you to address the other point, like why. I'm again like with the whole like Nat Turner point, like why is it important to know that he was a black slave?
It's important to know because it adds color to the world around you. But that's not. I don't.
Why would that
This,
not apply to people within the LGBTQ?
because you're saying it should be taught in schools, and if schools are already not giving you this shit, like
No, and I
fine.
advocate for school reform as well, to where we tell the truth about history, right? And so like I don't care about this like whataboutism. What I say here, regardless of the school system, still stands.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I do think this
So
more
that's irrelevant.
education
That's
around this
irrelevant.
should be out there. I guess I'm more hung up on being taught in schools because school is a
No, it should be.
business.
No, because when we are taught about heterosexuality in schools,
We're
right?
also
So
taught a
like
lot.
we're
We
taught about
focus
like
on
so
that
like Abe
trend.
Lincoln. Wait a second. Like we were taught about people like Abe Lincoln, right? We taught about the fact that like Abe Lincoln got married to a woman. Do you think that does not tell us about his sexuality?
I mean, probably,
It
definitely. I
does.
think
It
it adds a
does.
lot of color
It
to it.
does. It does. It does. It does. It tells us about his sexuality, right? We do not do the same thing for people within the LGBTQ.
What do you mean?
We do not do the same thing within the LGBTQ, right? Like,
So,
do you know who Bayard Rustin is?
uh-uh.
Bayard Rustin is a gay activist. He was a part of the LGBTQ. He stood alongside MLK and organized a lot of the rallies and a lot of the protests. We do not learn about him. Why do you think that is?
Well, probably homophobia from the people writing the history books at the time. And stuff like
Exactly. That is exactly the issue that I'm
that. Like
addressing.
racism and every other ism with
That's exactly,
history.
and it all should be changed. But we're talking about people within the LGBTQ right now.
Okay. All right. I mean, I feel you. I feel you. My only issue is I don't think it's a school thing. I think
It
school's
is
a
a school thing.
business.
It is a school thing.
No, I mean, for
It
the
is.
same thing that I'm saying against yours is for everything. You should just educate
But people are
yourself.
not educated on these things. They're not, and it should always be a school thing. There is not one thing that should be like delegated to just parents, other
So,
than things like discipline, in my opinion. But even that is like
so how do you envision this kind of being implemented? Because I can't see.
literally all it is. Like no one is asking for like it's their own class on people within the LGBTQ. What people are asking for is that when we are talking about the historical figures that were within the LGBTQ, we need to state that they were within the LGBTQ. We need to stop omitting LGBTQ historical figures. It harms people.
I think it's less like I
No,
feel like it's more of a product of human nature, just hating shit than it being
I don't.
specific
What
to
is the relevance of
LGBTQ.
that argument? We know this. We
I'll
know this.
tell you. I'll tell you right now. The relevancy is because the same way Black people were omitted from it, LGBTQ people were omitted from it. There's tons of Jewish people, tons of women being omitted. People just hate people that aren't like them, and the people that happen to write the books hate everybody else. So it's,
Yeah, monkey. This is so profound. Like I think we know this.
yeah, we know this. So again, it's like
So what?
why?
So do you think that because these things are already this way, that we ought to leave it the way that it is?
No,
So
I
what was
think
the
instead
point
of
of saying
relying
all
on the
this?
school system to do it, you should actually
What do you
educate
think the
yourself
point of?
because
Okay, so
school
again,
books are
monkey,
bought with money and politicians and
wait a
companies.
minute, monkey, 1 second. You are speaking about skills that are supposed to be taught in school. And if it is not taught in school, people will not have the skills.
I
That is
didn't
what
learn this
school
shit in
is for.
school. I
That
just I walked to libraries growing up and shit, and I figured the shit out type shit. So it's like if I can do it, I know everybody else can do it because I was dumb as fuck type shit. So it's
yeah,
like
so that's a bad way to talk about yourself. You're not dumb as fuck, right?
you're right, I'm not. I
Here's the thing
was.
though. You being a product of your environment has nothing to do with your intelligence. Let me just say that real quick.
For anybody.
Again, in my school, right, I was explicitly taught critical thinking. I was taught how to write essays. I was taught how to read critically and comprehend the words that I read. All of these major skills that I use in my day-to-day life were not learned at home. I learned life lessons at home, but I also learned life lessons at school. Not all children have parents. Not all children have stable parents. That will never be a consistent thing, ever. Right? So to say that you need to rely on parents to teach children these lessons about other
Over
people, I think
schools.
is asinine.
Over schools.
No,
Yes. If
no.
if I had to trust somebody who's influenced by an incoming check by a donor, or somebody who actually cares
What's wrong with
enough to
that?
slave every day to put
My
food on, and
teachers
I
cared
say
a lot
schools,
about
but
me,
like
Monkey. My teachers cared a lot about me. All of my schooling
not
has
more
been
than your
public.
parents.
All of my teachers cared a lot about me.
If you were to put a dollar amount and the amount of effort it took to get that dollar amount investment into your life.
Teachers are already not getting paid enough, right? All of my teachers were
My dad was
underpaid
a
and
teacher. I
overworked.
know. I get it. I get
Yeah,
it.
so you
But
need to
even
factor
you,
in all of these facts when you make statements like this because it makes no sense.
I feel like you're intentionally just not wanting to hear what I'm saying, but I feel you. It is what it
No,
is.
what you're saying is needs education. The
No,
skills
that's
that you're
not what
talking
I'm
about need
saying.
education to people.
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm communicating clearly, what do you think I'm trying to say?
That teaching children about certain topics should be delegated to parents.
Over schools.
No.
All right, well, you disagree, but I listed my points.
Do you have anything else you want to say?
No, that was it. Schools of business, and business is
That's a
cold.
really bad way to think about education. But yeah, anyway, y'all, please, all right, y'all, thank you for coming up, Monkey D. All right, y'all, to keep tapping the screen. Remember to share the live, y'all. I do appreciate every single person here. We got 118 people here. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go to Reggie. Let's see what they have to say. In the meantime, y'all, please tap the screen. Let's see if we can get to 20K. Also, if you want to, please follow the live and subscribe. It helps me come on here every single day. Also, you can turn on the bell and you can help. I'm sorry. You can turn on the bell and you can get a notification every single time I go live. I go live every day at 5 p.m., y'all. Let's go on to the next person. They're not loading in. These people aren't loading in.
Hello? No.
Hello?
Sorry. So I agree with everything that you were like saying. Like I do believe that like the LGBTQ plus community should I
I
don't
am just
want
looking for people who disagree, though.
to
So,
well, I just had a question. Like
mhm.
do you think that that should be categorized like teaching children about LGBTQ plus should be
No, it doesn't need to be its own category. It's just that people within the LGBTQ are omitted from history and omitted from education. And what people are asking for is that they not be omitted.
No, that's not where my question was leading to. Do you think
Oh,
that it should be do you, do you think
I'm
that it
sorry.
should be no. Why are you sorry? But do you think that it should be in the category as sexual education?
Oh, yeah, of course, because people within the LGBTQ experience those things too. There are different ways to engage in intercourse, and there are ways to engage in that type of intercourse soundly and safely. And like in examples like sex ed, at least for me, I remember the only context that I learned about like sex in that context was like in the context of STDs. And that's just like that's just propaganda, and I just find that to be incredibly offensive. Because I don't know about y'all, but I'm when I do it, I'm clean.
Yeah.
So you only really hear about people within the LGBTQ when it comes to STDs, and that's a problem. And that is actually what leads to like heightened certain STDs within the LGBTQ community because people do not talk about how to engage in that type of intercourse safely and cleanly.
So you think that it should be like combined into sex education or like
It,
I
it,
was
it should
talking
be. It's omitted. It should be. There are different ways to engage in intercourse, and there are ways to do all of it dangerously, and there's ways to do it safely. And I think that we should talk about that.
in your sex education at your school, whether that be high school or middle school, were you actually taught like
In middle school, I was not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Continue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no. Were you actually taught about like sexual intercourse and how that
Yep.
worked? Were you given
Yep.
like visualizations?
Yep.
That's
I went to like I don't know why. Again, like I have to say that I'm very privileged and my teachers were very detailed. They were very passionate about their work. And we were taught not only like all the visuals and all that kind of stuff, we were taught like hands-on. We were taught
Huh?
CPR. We were taught all of it. All of it.
Well, yeah, I was taught CPR. I thought you
Like,
meant like
I'm
hands-on.
certified in all of these things. Like it's not,
But
I
that's
was
just
taught very effectively.
But that's just insane to me because I was the way that I was taught sexual education. I was actually never really. They never really went into detail about the actual course of it. Instead, they really just preached, the whole abstinence like thing and like
Yeah.
nobody should really be engaging in it. But they never really went into depth on it. So that's actually
Well,
quite.
actually, Yasmin, I want to give some context as to why my sex education growing up was so good. It's because I live in Philadelphia. And if anyone knows,
Okay.
Philadelphia has the highest, like one of the highest STD rates in like every city. And so the city poured a lot of money and a lot of good money into sex education. And because of that, thank you for the follow, Shake. And because of that, like the STD rates have dropped. Like in Philadelphia, you can literally order condoms online and they'll deliver it to you. You can order free STD tests. Like everything is, in terms of that kind of stuff, is completely free in Philadelphia, because these rates are so high. So that is the core reason as to why my education on it was so well. But yeah, I just wanted to give that context.
Yeah, no, that's insane to me because I just never really met somebody whose school actually went into depth about the whole like sex and I mean, from what I remember, it was just basically talking about like the actual like genitalia and like how like it's built, how it works, what parts are in it. But I was never
We
really.
had little diagrams. We cut it in half. It showed all the things for male and female. They brought out actual models of a penis, and they gave us all condoms, and they taught us how to put it on. They taught us how to do it, use a female condom. Yeah, all of it. I think that's how it should be taught.
Yeah. But that just doesn't make it doesn't now it just doesn't make even more sense to me as why you think that LGBTQ plus relationships should also be brought into that mix. I don't know if I maybe like said it in like kind of a strange way, but what I was really aiming for is that I mean, yeah, I do agree with you how historical figures, if they were in the LGBTQ plus community, should be, allowed to be recognized for that as well. Not only is it going to show some sort of like grouping with like other students who feel like as if they're not being shown representation of who they are and who themselves, but that just makes it even more confusing as to why you think that should also be brought up in sexual education.
So wait, what do you I feel like we're talking about two different things. Like, are you saying that like sex education like should be taught like how to have sex, like the intricacies of that?
No, in fact, I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm saying that we shouldn't learn about how to have sex or even how to. I just don't think that
higher
that's
STD rates,
necessarily.
that leads to higher like things like teen pregnancies.
If kids
That leads
weren't
to
having
things like
sex, then
sexual
there wouldn't be
assault.
STD rates.
No, but that's not how that works though, right? That's not how that
Unfortunately,
works.
nowadays it
Actually,
is.
when you teach like when you teach sex ed and you teach it like correctly, it actually lowers the rate in which like people have sex.
Unfortunately, nowadays it is true that we have higher rates of
Yeah, well,
people.
nowadays people don't have good sex ed.
That's not exactly necessarily true because people didn't have sex ed at all, and there were still high rates of STDs.
Yeah, sex ed has never been good in this country.
So
You can look at Philadelphia, for example, right? The amount of money that they put in, the STD rates have dropped significantly.
So in your opinion, if we teach
It's not an
kids
opinion,
how
it's a
to.
fact. It's a fact.
It isn't a fact though, because
It is.
that was. So you're saying improving sexual education and to the point of which we're explaining to kids how to put on condoms on bananas, how that's going to help us.
We didn't use a banana. We used an accurate like sculpture.
And that's going to help lower
Yep.
STD rates.
Yep.
No.
Yep. It does.
That's absolutely not true. That's absolutely
Why would
not
it
true.
not be true? It absolutely does.
For
That's
kids,
literally the point.
it's not. For kids, it's not.
No,
Absolutely not.
it works especially well for children.
And
It lowers STD rate. Thank you for the follow, Deep Blue. It lowers the STD rates in children. It lowers teen pregnancies and child pregnancies. They're just less likely to like engage in intercourse at a young age, or
And
and even consistently. And even like, for example, do you know the DARE program?
Yeah.
You know, so them telling people not to do drugs actually made more people do drugs.
That's exactly what I'm saying here. You
No,
teaching
what
kids
you're
about
saying,
being
what
more
you're
no 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 no
is
no no
equivalent to
no
the DARE program.
no. You teaching kids explicitly about how to do sex at a young age. And I was gonna ask you, did you do that? Did you do that program in high school or in middle school?
I was in middle school.
And I did the same thing in middle school, not as explicit as to what you're saying, but I didn't even pay attention at all.
Philadelphia,
I
it
was
is.
too busy. I was too busy trying to talk with my friends, do middle school
Okay.
shit, be
Thank
a
you for the
kid.
follow-up, Chloe.
I was not interested in learning about sex. If anything, they should have taught you that in high school.
You weren't. If every, I'm sorry, Yasmin, but like, man, like if every child were a Yasmin, then I feel like we wouldn't have any problem. Like I don't.
Yeah, me too. Wait, honestly, this is
Exactly.
something
So
that we
like,
can
yeah,
agree
but like
on.
that's not
Honestly, this is something that we
realistic.
can agree on.
When it comes to education, we need to be realistic. We need to account for like different experiences and different, you know.
But the real truth of the matter is that even if you teach kids explicitly how to have sex, that's not going to lower STD rates for them.
It does. It unironically does.
It ironically
The city
doesn't.
of Philadelphia is a great example of that.
How so?
Because of the amount of money that is shoved into sex education in Philadelphia.
What percentage did it decrease?
Let's see. I believe the last time I checked it, I was actually in middle school, so I actually have to check that again.
Like this person said, VL not influence them at a certain age, but rather let them naturally mature to understand that. That's what basically I was trying to get at. In middle school,
you don't naturally grow up to understand that. We don't.
You do though.
You really don't.
In middle school, I was not paying attention in sexual education, so
you should have.
Even if they were being as explicit, no, I shouldn't have, because I was 12 years old and I knew nothing about sex, and I probably shouldn't have at that time. To that explicit point of view, should I have been learning about sexual education and learning about my own genitalia and the opposite genitalia? Sure, yeah, but I wasn't, and everybody knew that nobody actually cared to be in sexual education and to learn about sexual education. Unfortunately, that's just the truth of the matter. And the fact that you're saying that if we be more explicit and tell kids this is how you have sex, this is how you be protected, this is how you do this is how you do that, when in reality of it all, kids just shouldn't be having sex in the first place. And what really did
like,
that,
when you keep making like
really
these moral, Yasmin, stop. When you keep making like these moral arguments, like, well, children shouldn't be having intercourse anyway, that's not realistic. That's like telling women to close their legs. That's not realistic. It's just not.
That has nothing.
Usually when children are not educated about these things, they are more likely to engage in dangerous behaviors. Like, again, the DARE program made people do it more often. By constantly saying, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you make people do things more often.
Exactly. I think that
that disproves your point.
How does that disprove my point? We're talking about
because by saying that you should not teach children about these things, like, it doesn't make them less likely to do it. It makes them more likely to do it, and it makes them more likely to do it like in an unsafe way.
Teach them the right way. Teaching them teaching them explicitly at a young age isn't the right way. People, and with the DARE program, again, teaching them unexplicitly at a young age isn't going to do them any better.
What does unexplicit mean? You need to be specific. What does that mean?
Like when I was sitting in DARE, I wasn't sitting here actually finding out that there are people like slumped over on the streets on fucking ketamine dying every single day. Like I wasn't taught that. I was sat there and I was told, don't do nicotine, don't do weed, don't do alcohol. Like that's what I was sitting there and that's what I was learning. I wasn't sitting there learning about the actual true explicit nature of what drug addiction and drug abuse can do. So for you, and the same goes with if that was better
Philadelphia,
educated.
and Kensington is in Philadelphia. We learned about all these things, and yeah, just saying don't do that.
How are the drug rates in Philly?
But by just saying don't do thing cause bad is not
okay. And how are the drug rates in Philly now? You had an explicit program.
Bad.
How are the drug rates exactly?
Bad.
Even though you had a good program,
because the education is not fair.
Even though you're saying that your city dumped a bunch of money into these programs, you're still having issues. Why?
Yeah, because one, these programs are not mandatory to be taught in schools. And in schools, a lot of time, like, these programs cost money. right? These programs cost a lot of money, and because it's not mandatory, these schools are not. They're going to like save money and not teach them, right? But the only reason that I got these programs is because like my teachers like gave a shit about us, like a lot.
And that's amazing. Like, I genuinely do believe that they, if they're not going to be the best educated to children, then they shouldn't be around at all. So
No,
if
yeah.
yeah,
So
again,
my teacher was a registered nurse.
yeah, again, if people aren't going to take it seriously, then it shouldn't be taken at all. So that's great that you had the opportunity to get that type of education.
But that's what I'm saying though. But like that kind of teaching, the teaching that I got, reduces the risk of these STDs, right? But
No,
the
I was
fact that
talking
they,
about
but
the
the
drug
fact that
issue.
it, but Yasmin, wait, but the fact that like even in Philadelphia, these type of things are not mandatory, that still causes for these STD rates to increase. That is the problem. Right? When we make this specific course of learning and we make it mandatory, it lessens these rates. There are studies that say that learning about I'm sorry, but that learning about sex education helps children not engage as often as they would as if they weren't.
I do believe that learning at a mature age,
No,
yes,
no,
yes.
no.
So you think that? So answer
In
this.
middle,
You think that?
I think at least in middle school, trust me, I know a lot of in middle school. I know a lot of children who were engaging intercourse with each other in middle school. I'm so
Okay.
serious.
So do you think that it's? Do you think that it's okay or should be
You
okay
know what's
for?
great though? But you know what's great though? All of us knew how to put on a condom.
So my question to you is: do you think that it's okay or should be okay for children under the age of 16 to be having sex?
I think there's no way for us to stop it.
That doesn't answer my question.
What I feel about it is irrelevant. There's no way for us to stop it. Just like I wouldn't want people to do drugs, but there's no way for me to stop people from doing drugs. So how I feel about it is irrelevant.
So then you're basically saying that this whole debate is irrelevant since we can't do anything about it.
No.
Yeah.
That's not the logical
I believe that children under the age of 16 shouldn't be having sex. I think that hookup culture is completely destroying children and their viewpoints on love, their viewpoints on marriage, their viewpoints on just their peers around them. It's completely corrupting children's minds, and the fact that you're sitting here and saying that it isn't is insane.
Yeah, it's corrupting their mind because they don't have sex education.
That's not why it's doing that. Listen, the only issue that I had with you,
states like Texas have like the highest rates of like teenagers having multiple children, and ironically, Texas has like some of the worst sex education in the country.
that's not what I'm. The only disagreement
No,
that
you
I
need to
had
address
with.
that. Why do you think that is?
Can you repeat that?
Why do you think Texas has the highest rate of teenagers having multiple children?
I have no idea. That's their lives.
Well, you need to go look it up, right? And it's not
So
just
you're
their
saying
lives.
that.
There's a reason for it.
So you're saying that their poor education.
Yep.
That solely, and you're not even solely. This is one of the majority points that you have. Their poor sex education led them to having babies at a young age.
Yep.
That's what you're saying.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with social media, has nothing to do with hookup culture, has nothing to do with
No. Because of the lack of education. No, Yasmin. Because of the lack of education, when they are exposed to things like hookup culture, when they are exposed to things like social media, that makes them more likely to fall into these areas and contract things like STDs and have children at such an early age.
That's
like I engaged in hookup culture for a long time, and a scary amount of fully adult men do not know how to put on a condom.
That's like you ignoring the main problem of it actually being social media and hookup culture and just trying to stem solutions for that.
I'm sorry. So do you think hookup culture is not like a byproduct of this lack of education?
No, I don't.
Where do you think it comes from?
I think that hookup culture is
all of your arguments just like these moral claims, like you just like feeling morally superior to people?
I think that hookup culture is a byproduct of social media and just society progressing in general.
What part of social media?
Every single part of it.
How? Explain.
Like, I don't know, influencers coming on here saying that they are joining OnlyFans at 18, influencers saying that they are
What does
baby
it have to do
mamas,
with sex
influencers,
education?
like Blueface and Krishan. Like that's like Blueface and Krishan are idolized by Gen Z. And
Idolized by who? No, they're not.
yes, they are.
You know every person in Gen Z.
No, I don't know every single person, but I see
So
the
like, so
majority, and
again,
so
like,
do
are all your
you.
arguments just like these baseless moral claims?
No, these aren't
Then make an
baseless
actual argument, because that's not.
and
That's not.
yours are moral too. Like I could sit here and
No,
say
they're
the
not.
same thing.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Yes,
How?
they are.
Explain.
Okay, can you go back? Can you go back
Explain.
and
No. Can you explain how they're moral claims?
explain how mine are moral claims?
Because you're saying, well, people should do this, or people ought to do this, or people ought to be like this. Like those are not
That's the
arguments.
same thing that you're saying. How people
not.
should be how people should be
No, we
should
have
be teaching
proven
them
we
more
have proven
explicitly
ways to
sex
see how it
education.
works.
How people should be teaching them more sex education. How people should allow their tax money to be funded into this. That's what you're saying. Everything that we're both saying is morally
No, because
obligated.
my basis is based off of like science and proven studies.
Okay,
Yours is
so
not.
can you tell me the
Can you
percent
give me a
decrease in
source?
Philadelphia?
No, really quickly, Yasmin, can you give me a source that says that Biscuit, stop screaming or I'm gonna mute you. Can you give me a source that says that sex education does not reduce these things?
Could you also I'll pull that up really quickly, and could you
Actually,
also pull
no.
up
So what I said about Philadelphia, like because sex education is not mandatory within Philadelphia, certain STDs have like gonorrhea has like stayed stagnant, but other ones have still like increased, like syphilis, for example.
But you
because
just
it's not-
said that. But didn't you say beforehand that Philadelphia had good sex education, that it was extremely explicit? So
no. I said that they poured a lot of money into sex education. Sex education in Philadelphia is still not mandatory, and most schools are still not going to use it. I just got really lucky.
But so why were you using that as a concrete slate for you saying that it's been decreased? And then I asked you for the percentage
No,
rate, and
because
it
some of
really
it
hasn't.
because some SEDs have at least stagnated.
And also, if you're
with
switching tabs and you're Googling what's the STD rate 3 years ago before this policy was influenced, and then back to when it wasn't, that's not going to help you at all, because that's just including adults now. You're not including children.
It includes everyone. Only adults aren't the only people that have STDs.
That's not what I'm saying though. If you're Googling like what like did gonorrhea go down in Philly 3 years ago before the school in place that explicit sexual education program, that's not going to help your case, because that's counting adults. Adults aren't taking sexual education.
Okay, so I'll concede to that point. Can you tell me how sex education does not improve STDs and child pregnancy? Can you give me a source?
Because especially if you're saying that it should be taught in middle school.
Yasmin, can you give me a source?
Okay, yeah, I'll Google it right now. Like I don't have sources listed on the hand.
And you should. If you have opinions, you should have things to back it up. So can you look it up, please?
Okay, so you're gonna give me an opinion. So you're gonna give me a fact for every opinion you state.
Yep.
All right. So do you like bananas?
Not really.
Okay, can you give me a fact to back that up?
The fact is that I don't like bananas.
That's not a fact, actually. That's an opinion.
Yeah. So asking whether or not someone likes something is an opinion, right?
No, that's a question.
But the fact would be like
me asking you something, that's a question.
No, Yasmin, I'm still speaking, right? So the facts would be more so that like, okay, so when I eat bananas, it like aerates my nose and it makes me uncomfortable. And bananas, because of the way they taste, usually take over all the other foods that you added into.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. It's a very strong tasting fruit.
That's absolutely insane to me. Anyways, I'll let other people.
So you can't find a source?
Are you gonna give me time to?
You started asking me about bananas. I've been giving you time.
Because we started talking about facts or opinions. I was just about to say, all right, girl. I was just about to say, I'll drop while I find my source and let somebody else come up and talk.
No, Yasmin, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna wait for you to find the source.
Okay, we can all sit here and watch your views drop, and I can get my source. That's cool.
Oh, I don't care about views. Let's go.
I'm helping you out, girl. You're an influencer, not me.
I'm not really, but I don't care about views, Yasmin. So we're gonna wait for you. So take your time, okay?
Okay, Buki.
Okay, Mama. In the meantime, y'all, keep tapping the screen, y'all. Like and share the live. And if you feel like you want to, please follow my account. Turn on the bell. It'll tell you when I'm live every single day. I go live at 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. every single day, y'all. I appreciate every single person here. But yeah, so we're gonna give Yasmin some time. In the meantime, y'all, please keep tapping the screen. Keep tapping the screen. Let's I think let's do this. I think this is really, really funny.
Okay. I had to go on Google Scholar real quick. But how do I turn my camera on?
It depends on if you have enough followers. Oh, you don't have enough, but you can just tell me the source.
Okay. So sciencedirect.com. Teaching about contraception. Huh?
.com?
Off the PDF, yeah.
You said Oh no, we're gonna read it. You said sciencedirect.com.
Teaching about contraception was not associated with increased risk of adolescent sexual activity or STD. Adolescents who receive comprehension sex education have a lower risk of pregnancy than adults who don't receive it.
Wait a minute, Yasmin.
Has absolutely nothing to do with STD rates.
Yasmin, wait. First of all, this is just an article directory. What is the article that you found?
The title?
Yeah, what is the title of the argument?
It says original article, abstinence dash only in comprehensive sex education.
Going to a .com source is crazy. Let's see what we can find here. And you said it was called the I can't find this anywhere. You said Google Scholar?
Yeah, I wanted to get something that actually had, some
Google
sort of
always good, by the way. Okay.
So name a website that is for future reference.
Well, okay, and then you said, what is the article called?
Abstinence dash only in comprehensive sex education.
Abstinence. You said abstinence dash what?
Sorry, abstinence dash only in comprehensive sex education.
Oh, here it is.
It's in the conclusion.
It's from myamericannurse.com.
Like I said, I didn't have time to look at it. I was stressing.
No, and I know you were. So it says here that abstinence sexual education, also known as sexual risk of avoidance. Okay, this is something different.
What I read was in the
this
conclusion.
is a .com. I'm a little bit confuzzled. Here, but go ahead and
What I read was in the conclusion.
So here from PubMed, It says here that abstinence, the title here is that abstinence only and comprehensive sex education and the initiation of sexual activity in teen pregnancy. Oh, I see. So it says here the conclusion that teaching about contraception was not associated with increased risk of teaching about contraception was not associated with the increased risk of adolescent sexual activity or STD. Adolescents who received comprehensive sex education had lower risk of pregnancy than adolescents who received abstinence only or no sex education.
Mhm.
What do you think that says, Yasmin?
What do you think that says, Baby
Yasmin.
Bob?
Yasmin. 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 Go. Can you read that part again?
Let me go
Read
back.
the full conclusion, please.
Let me go back to it, please.
Can you read it, please?
Stop looking at me like my mother. Okay. Teaching about contraception. Can I read it?
Go.
Teaching about contraceptions, it was not associated with increased risk of adolescent sexual activity or STD. Adolescents who received comprehensive sex education had a lower risk of pregnancies than adolescents who received abstinence only or no sex education.
Yasmin.
Like I said, we were talking about the
Yasmin, you don't get to do this. Yasmin,
Okay.
you don't get to do that. Yasmin,
Okay.
what do you think that says?
This says right here.
Thank you
Right
for
on
the
the
rose.
screen. This says
Yasmin,
right here.
what is it? You literally just proved my point, Yasmin. You know that, right?
How so?
Yasmin, this quite literally said that adolescents that received comprehensive sex education had lower risk of pregnancy than adolescents who didn't. Specifically, adolescents who received celibacy like lessons. They fared better than adolescents who were told not to have sex.
No. You said brought up
what that sentence says.
You said bring up a source that doesn't prove the STD statistics. That quite literally says there being.
But it still just proves your main point, though, Yasmin.
How so? When
because
it was talking about the pregnancy,
teaching children sex ed makes them more likely to do so, right? I can concede
that's
to
not
the
what
STD
it
thing.
said.
But Yasmin, I can
That's
concede
not what
to
it
the
said, and it also talks
wait.
about the levels. And then when
Yasmin, wait, right? It says teaching about contraception.
Go to the results.
Yasmin, just wait a minute. It says teaching about contraception was not associated with increased risk of adolescent sexual activity or STD, right? Again, it doesn't necessarily say that it lowers STDs, but it definitely does not increase them, right? I can concede that it doesn't lower STDs, but this main conclusion still disproves your entire argument.
How does it disprove my entire argument? If that's the case, then it disproves both of ours, because as it states in the results, even if there is,
I can concede that it does not necessarily decrease STDs, but it definitely does not increase it. Thank you, Luna, for the roses. Thank you, Luna. So it doesn't increase it. I will concede that it doesn't decrease it, but it definitely doesn't increase it, right? But you earlier said that teaching children about sex education, it makes them more likely to do so, right? This explicitly says the opposite.
That doesn't explicitly say the opposite, especially when we're talking about the results. It
literally says adolescents who received comprehensive sex education had a lower risk of pregnancy than adolescents who received abstinence only or no sex education. That is verbatim what it says.
Go back up to the result.
Yasmin, that is literally
okay, yeah. And we both agreed in which it has to do with the level of how good the program is, and both that it does not decrease the rates of STDs.
I wasn't talking about the levels though. I was already talking about comprehensive sex education. I can concede that it doesn't necessarily lower rates, but it doesn't increase them.
So why teach it?
Because
no. Sorry. That was bad for me to say. Why teach it explicitly?
Teach what explicitly?
Sex.
What is your definition of explicit? Like, give me an example.
bringing, and I'm not trying to call you out. I've just never really heard this before ever in my life from anybody. Bringing in an actual visual representation of a penis
Yeah,
and
because
allowing
bananas don't look like penises, Yasmin.
girl.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I was trying to say. In
I know,
7th,
but that's
8th
what I'm saying.
grade,
But like,
nobody.
there's no point if we're going to educate people on these things. There's no point in censoring it. Like, literally, no point. Like, show them the real thing. Show them the real thing.
Even advocates for sex education argue that a well-rounded education includes knowledge about health and well-being, and that sexual education is
What
a
does that have
critical
to do with
aspect
whether or
of
not?
not being
What does that
an
have to do with?
overall
That's not even
well-being.
explicit. That's just like teaching children about anatomy. What is wrong with that?
How is that? Nothing's wrong with that, but explicitly bringing in a visual representation of a
What is
penis
wrong
and
with that?
allowing 7th,
What is
8th.
wrong with that?
What isn't wrong with that?
What
What
isn't
isn't wrong
because
with
it's teaching children
what
about
is,
like bodily like anatomy.
and if we're talking about
It
and we're
also like
talking about
desexualizes these organs.
how it desexualizes them?
Yeah. I think people should be more comfortable with these things.
In a
You
room
don't
full
have to be
of
like
12
prudent.
units is desexualized.
I'm sorry?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna make it the exact
It's anatomy. It's anatomy. Right? Just like breasts. I feel like breasts should be desexualized.
Do you think that we shouldn't preach abstinence? Do you think that we shouldn't preach
It doesn't do anything. I think, well, the way that I was taught in middle school, my teacher said, look, you can, like, having sex is this, this, and this, right? But the main point that she always said was that the best way to not get an STD is to not have sex. And she said that when you do have sex and you do not take these precautions, you are heightening your chances of receiving these diseases or these illnesses. That's all she said. She didn't necessarily preach abstinence. She just said the easiest way to not get these certain infections is abstinence. But she didn't preach abstinence as if it ought to be that way. She just said that like you're less likely to hurt yourself if you just don't do it, which is common sense.
It is common sense. But is that your answer that it should be or it shouldn't be?
That's not necessarily preaching like abstinence. That's just saying that like if you don't do something, then it won't happen.
That's not what it's saying at all.
That is what it's saying. That's what my teacher said, and that's what she taught us, a registered nurse.
And that helped you out.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was reading this one point. But honestly, it's been, I don't think at the end of the day, I never really come into an argument or a debate thinking that I'm going to change the other person's side or anything like that.
You didn't give any good points, and if anything, the only source that you gave was like literally disprove one of your points.
I just think that you were being over exaggerated with the whole, oh, it decreases STD rates.
Well, yeah, I just conceded to that point, right? You just gave me a source that made me concede to the point that it doesn't decrease the rate of STDs, but it also doesn't increase them. So when I make the argument again, I'm going to say that it does not lead to the increase of STDs or adolescent sexual behavior.
So you genuinely disagree that critics like you
What critics? You just read the source. You just read the source. This is your source.
We're both critics now, am I not wrong?
Critics of what?
Critics of that article now. We both read it. We both have whatever.
I'm not a critic of this article. I changed my views because the facts say otherwise.
So you say that pregnancy rates are so you say that you can't argue that pregnancy rates are influenced by more societal and economical factors than by the non-presence of sex education.
The source that you just gave me said no.
It literally didn't. It says if anything that exact thing, that societal and economical factors outweigh the abstinence of, or excuse me, that pun on words right there, but the non-presence of abstinence in sex education. It quite literally outweighs it. You're trying to input more solutions.
I'm sorry.
Into this big
Where does it say society? Wait, where does it say societal factors?
societal and economical factors. Economic factors.
But wait, do you not think that has anything to do with education?
It does have everything to do with education, but unfortunately, those factors outweigh the
Do you think children
non-presence
who
of
make more
absence
money
in
than
such
me have the same education that I do? Because they don't.
Sorry, repeat that.
Do you think children that make more or less money than me have the same levels of education? Because they don't.
Which one is it, more or less?
Either way, they don't have the same education level.
As you?
Yeah, people like me. Like if they have more money, they tend to have better education. Less money,
Yeah.
they tend to have less education.
Yes.
So what are you talking about? Like, of course, these would play into things like education.
No,
But again,
that's
the conclusion that you just read disproves your point. Like, I don't know why you just can't concede on that.
I won't.
Like, you're calling me a critic, but I literally agreed with the article.
We're both critics in
Critics
which
of
we
what?
read the article and placed our opinion on it. That's
No, we didn't.
being
I
critical.
didn't place anything on it. The article says that it didn't. The article clearly says here that it didn't decrease the risk, but it didn't increase it, right? So I conceded and said that it doesn't decrease STDs. That's not me criticizing it. That's literally me agreeing with it.
Okay. Just don't go on social media saying that preaching sex education is extremely drastically decreasing STD rates when it's not.
I literally just conceded to that fact.
So
I don't know why you can't concede that you just gave a really bad source. Like it didn't prove your point at all.
But it still conceded yours, so I guess I won.
It didn't. No. Concession isn't about winning or losing. I mean,
it just did. Your
it seems like they got a phone call. No, we can't hear you when you're outside the app. Is someone calling you? Do you have anything else you want to talk about, Yasmin?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? All right.
Hello?
So it doesn't seem like you can hear me, so I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Remember to keep tapping the screen, y'all. We did lose a couple viewers, but it's whatever. Let's go on to the next viewer, y'all. Let's guess who is in there. People keep talking about wanting Biscuit to come up. In the meantime, y'all keep tapping the screen. Oh shit. Hi. How old are you?
Okay. So could
How
you
old are
repeat so what's
How old are
your
you? How old
point
are
just
you?
so I can like not get confused?
How old are you?
Could you like say what
How old
this
are you?
topic is about?
How
I'm
old are you?
17.
No, you
17.
have to be 18 and up, lovely. I'm sorry. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go to Reggie. You have to be 18 and up, y'all. 18 and up. Please keep tapping the screen, y'all. Keep tapping and sharing the live. Hey,
Hello? What'd you say?
how old are you?
I'm 45 years old.
All right. What do you think about the topic up here?
I think it's pretty dumb, actually.
Why do you think it's pretty dumb?
I mean, it shouldn't be teaching that to our kids.
Why don't you think we should be teaching it to the kids?
First, hold on. Are you educated?
I would consider myself to be pretty educated.
If you educated, then why are you acting like that?
Acting like what?
You was mocking me.
I wasn't mocking you.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Can you
Okay.
answer the question?
Well, are you educated?
Yeah, I would think so.
You got a degree?
I'm working on my degree.
So you uneducated?
That doesn't mean you're not educated.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't.
You ain't got a degree.
That doesn't mean you're not educated.
Yeah, it does.
What does educated mean?
That means you educated. It means you got a degree.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it do.
Are people who went to high school not educated?
I mean, they educated up to high school, but they ain't got no degree.
But that's still education, right?
But that ain't higher education. That's what I mean. That's the only thing. That's the only education. If everybody got high school education, that's base level. But you got to get a higher education.
Do you have a degree?
That ain't about me.
Do you have a degree, Reggie?
It ain't about me. I'm asking you.
Yeah. So if we can agree that that's not what education means.
But you ain't got no degree, is what I'm saying. So you ain't an expert, and you ain't an expert on child rearing. You ain't an expert on education. You
Do I
ain't
need
an
to
expert
be?
in nothing, really, ain't you?
Can you tell me why I need to be?
You gonna be up? You advocating for this, right, ain't you?
I don't think you need to. I don't think you need to have a degree to advocate for equality, Reggie.
Yeah. Well, you advocating for LGBT to be taught to
Did
kids.
Martin Luther King need a degree?
He was educated,
But did he need a degree?
but he was educated.
But did he need a degree
But
though?
he was educated.
But did she need a degree though?
He was educated.
In what?
I don't know, but I know he had his degree. Yeah, go look it up. See, you're uneducated. You don't know that. You don't even know that, did you?
MLK's degree. Oh, he got it in sociology.
See, I told you he was educated.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with like equality.
That okay?
It at least would help him understand why people were racist.
Okay.
I study sociology too. I took my final a couple days ago. I got a 95.
But you're still uneducated.
Reggie, are you going to answer the question?
No, it shouldn't be taught in schools. I mean, you think teaching little kids about lesbians and homo and gay people and trans, you think that's okay?
I do.
How young should you be teaching them?
I think that children usually develop their sense of self. I think it's perfectly fine to teach children that these people exist. At any age, really.
So you think it's okay to teach a 1-year-old baby about a trans person?
Yep.
Do you know how insane that is?
When they can comprehend and like communicate with people around them and the world around them, yeah, absolutely.
Do you know how insane that is?
Why is that insane?
Why would you teach a baby about a trans identities?
Why would I teach a baby that other people exist?
You ain't teaching that's not the thing. Y'all doing more than that.
Trans people not exist? Oh my God, it's Hillary, y'all.
What you
Hillary
said
has entered the chat, y'all.
What you just said with the last caller is that you kids had whole diagrams, whole objects, replicas of penises. You think that's okay, don't you?
That's not at all what I said.
That's what you said.
That's not what I said.
That is exactly what you say then.
That's exactly what I did not say.
What'd you say then?
I said that that's like comprehensive sex education. That should be taught like in like upper middle school.
What you said you had
Like teaching little kids that like different types of people exist has nothing to do with teaching them how people engage in intercourse.
No. I'm speaking to a fact that you said that you had brought that they had sexual objects. They had sex toys in the classroom. That's what you said.
They were not toys.
What were they then?
They were replicas.
And you thought that was okay.
There are sex toys that are shaped like hands. Is my hand a sex toy?
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about you said you was a kid and they brought sex toys in the classroom to teach you about sex. That's what you said.
3D models. They were not toys.
That's the same thing.
I mean, I thought about that as well. You could, but they're not toys. They're not meant for like sexual pleasure.
But the thing is that you was a kid. How old was you when you did that?
Maybe like around 12.
Do you know how insane that is?
No, it actually saved me a lot.
What'd you say?
It actually helped me a lot.
How did it help you?
Understanding the human body, understanding how my body works, understanding how other people's bodies works. When I engage in intercourse with other people, so, like a lot of grown adult men did not know how to put on a condom. I was able to put it on for them, embarrassingly so. But yeah, it helped me a lot.
Because you was uneducated and you was sleeping with you was sleeping with uneducated men.
I mean,
weren't you?
Hell yeah.
And that's a shame.
I like them hot and stupid.
And that's a shame. And that's why y'all keep making these babies. And they deadbeat daddies.
Why we're not making these babies, because I was educated.
That is exactly why you're making these babies.
No, I was educated enough to know how to put on a condom.
No, you wasn't.
What are you talking about? Let me get a yikes in the chat, yo. I just told you that I was taught about these things because I was given a 3D model and they taught us how to explicitly put it on correctly. Because some people just slide it on and it's not supposed to.
You had a sex toy
and they also
in the classroom at 12 years old, and you don't think there's nothing wrong with that?
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching children about bodily anatomy.
At 12 years old.
No.
You know, let me explain to you how that's wrong.
They were not toys.
You bring a sex toy into a classroom and you tell
They
kids
were
that
not toys.
yes, they was. That's what you just said it was.
No, they were
Yes,
not.
you did.
They were not. Okay, so there are sex toys that look like tongues. There are sex toys that look like hands. There are sex toys that look like faces.
I ain't talking about that. You specifically said that they brought a penis into the classroom.
Yeah, a 3D model. Yeah.
And that's unacceptable. You was 12 years old.
What's wrong with teaching children about like anatomy?
No. You can't teach kids about these things because they gonna want to do it. They gonna want to explore and experiment.
Unironically, no.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, because they probably like that last girl said. What was that last?
Yasmin? Because unironically, it's the other way around.
No, Yasmin said that she wasn't even thinking about those things, and I sure wasn't thinking about them when I was her age.
Everyone is Yasmin. Not everyone is Yasmin, right? But yeah,
Most people is Yasmin.
Yasmin literally brought up a source that disproved that argument. You realize that, right?
Well, hold on. We couldn't read what she put up there, so I don't know if you was telling the truth. That's besides the point.
I was reading the exact same like article that she was reading. Can you find me a source that said that sex education does not help children?
I ain't got to find nothing.
Yes, you do. You made the
No,
point.
I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Listen. The thing is, if you go and teach kids about these, hold on, let me finish.
Said no.
Let me finish.
Okay.
If you go and teach these kids about these things, the mind is going to be curious. They're going to want to explore, and then they go and they get on pornographic sites, and then they go and they get with they peers, and then you have babies, and that's a whole what they call it, domino effect.
Nope. That's a
yes,
slippery
it is.
slope fallacy.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
That's a slippery slope fallacy. The studies actually say the opposite.
You're uneducated.
So much. Oh wait, no, that's for him. I'm being dumb as hell. What'd you say?
I said you uneducated.
But that's not. How am I uneducated?
Well, first of all, you said you ain't got no degree. You don't got a degree. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not an expert in anything about children.
Do you have a degree?
I ain't got to have one.
Why do I have to have one?
Because you claim to be an expert.
I never claimed to be an expert.
Yes, you did.
No.
What did it say? It said should. It said should be taught.
I didn't say ought to be. So Reggie, are you gonna substantiate the claim that you made?
I ain't got to substantiate shit.
You do.
No, I don't.
But then why are you here?
Well, I'm here to tell you that what you're trying to get up here and preach and advocate for is wrong.
This prompt isn't even necessarily about sex ed. I don't know why you guys keep coming up and talking about sex ed.
Well, what is it about then?
It's talking about the representation of LGBTQ people within the educational system.
Why you need to bring up why they need to be represented?
Why do
they need to be represented?
Why do black people need to be represented?
Because what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
We black. What you mean?
Right. So would you want to be represented? Right. Would you want to hear? Would you want to hear about what?
I mean, you can't change. You can't change. You can't change your skin color. You can change. You can choose to be homosexual.
No, you can. Can you?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so can you choose to be attracted to a man right now?
No.
So if you can't choose, how can another person choose?
That's what they say. They say they chose it.
They didn't choose anything. I don't know.
Yes, they did.
Who was they?
That's what they said.
Who was they?
That's what all them LGBT people be saying.
Who?
Are you LGBT?
I'm bisexual. Yeah.
Did you choose that?
Absolutely not.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
So you came out you came out the womb and you said I'm a bisexual.
No.
Exactly. So you chose that.
No, that doesn't.
Yes,
mean
you did.
No. Some people develop ADHD later on in their life, right?
But that's a neurological disorder.
I'm just asking, like, these are things that are developed as we grow, right? It actualizes at a certain age. No one is born straight, just like no one is
Yes,
born.
we is.
Nope,
Yes, we is.
nope. Can you give me a source to back that up? Oh, you got a violation. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Remember to tap that screen, y'all. Remember to tap up that screen. Let's go on to Latrice. Remember to tap the screen, y'all. That was a big yikes. Hi, how old are you?
Oh, this is me. I'm 36.
All right, Latrice. What do you think about the topic up here?
The topic, should LGBTQ be taught in
Is
schools?
there like something playing in the background? You have like a child in the background?
Yeah, but she
It's
can't hear me.
loud.
My headphones are on. Oh, so you can
Yeah,
hear
no,
that?
your headphones are like picking it up really loudly.
Okay, I'm gonna step out.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
Okay, so originally when I began to see this, I kind of was like, huh, what part of this exactly is she trying to say? So, what particularly about LGBTQ are you saying should be taught in schools? Because to me, that's kind of a broad question that anyone can make an assumption about.
Of course, thank you for asking for specifics. So basically what I'm talking about here is that when we are specifically, say, like in historical settings, when we are teaching children about historical figures, we tend to omit people that were historical figures that were within the LGBTQ community. Like, for example, I'm so sorry, I gotta find this. Like, do you know who the man who walked alongside MLK was?
There were several people that I don't know that walked alongside MLK.
Exactly, right. So Bayard, Rustin Bayard was one of the main people who helped plan these protests, helped plan these walks. Right, he was very significant in the success of the MLK movement, and yet we do not know about him. And he was a openly gay man, gay black man.
So are you saying we don't know about him because of his sexuality? Is that the only reason we don't know about him that you're saying?
Very likely so, but there are other figures as well, right? For example, Shakespeare, right? Shakespeare was likely bisexual. And we do not know that. It is the fact that when we are speaking about these historical figures and they are a part of the community, it is never stated as such, and that is a problem.
What's the problem though? What
That
what
that
I
part,
don't
okay,
what I
so
don't
let
get.
me put it
Go
into
ahead.
perspective. I'm sorry. Let me put it into perspective, right?
Hmm.
So, do you know who Nat Turner is?
Yeah, I know who Nat Turner is.
Exactly. So, and you know what he did.
Yes, I know what he did.
Exactly. So, would you be able to understand the full context of his actions and the way that he perceived the world if you did not also understand that he was a black slave in America?
Probably not because he was a black slave who,
Exactly, right? And you would
right.
agree that that circumstance was a driving force into who he was.
Yes,
And
that particular circumstance because of his
exactly,
situation. Exactly. But I
exactly.
didn't know
The
if he
same
was.
concept for people within the LGBTQ, right? Because without like it just identifying a person's identity, right? Especially these historical figures, it gives us just a broader and more colorful understanding of who they were, and who the people that they were around and how they interacted with the world around them. And I find that to
So
be
I
very
get,
important.
yeah,
It's
I
disingenuous in
get
my
that.
opinion to not teach full history.
I get that. Like that is definitely important. I'm still just having trouble understanding the context of their sexuality because
Yeah. So
hold on, there was no driving force into Abraham Lincoln's sexuality. Like his sexuality didn't
well,
push
no
him
one's
to do
talking
what
about a
he
driving
did.
force. We're not talking
Well,
about.
no,
We're not getting
well,
specific to that.
that was your example of
Oh no,
about
no.
a person's identity as to why they do what they do.
Well, okay, so if that's what you mean, then yeah, right? Because would you agree that the people a part of the LGBTQ are... Bye, Luna. I love having you here. Would you agree that people within the LGBTQ are oppressed?
Would I agree that they are oppressed?
Hmm.
Um, I necessarily don't know
So you don't think
because
there's no legislation against them, there's no discrimination, there's no social pressures, like their unaliving rates are insanely high for no reason.
honestly I don't know because I don't know. I don't research and I
I'm
don't
sorry, your
read
child's
about the
playing super,
LGBT.
super, super loud in the background. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. She moved next to me. I don't. because I don't read about the LGBT community in that way, because to me the LGBT community is a choice. You
Nope.
choose to be, well,
Are
unless
you
you can
free?
unless you can give me some type of scientific evidence that says that it's not a choice,
Okay, cool.
then
Okay, yeah, I can. I
because
can.
even
Like Latrice.
heterosexuality is a choice.
Oh, no,
So
it's not. No, it's not. But let me give you an example.
so
Latrice,
you're
like
saying I don't choose
Latrice,
to
let
like
me say
men?
something. Let me say something.
Hmm.
Latrice, are you straight?
Yes, I am.
Can you choose to be sexually aroused by me right now?
Can I? Yeah, I can if I wanted
You
to.
can choose to be, if you wanted to be sexually aroused by me, you could.
Yeah, I'll be, if I wanted to
I
allow
got some,
myself to be open to
Latrice, I
liking a
got some
woman, I can be like, you know what? I wonder
Latrice, I got
what
some
is this
great
like?
news for you, Latrice. I
Uh-huh.
got some great news for you.
Uh-huh.
Then you're not straight. If you can choose to be aroused by me, you are not straight.
Got you. Okay.
I cannot, because, like, for example,
We can
can you choose
we
to be attracted to your father?
can I choose to be attracted to my father? Well, I
Mhm.
would hope not. I would hope
It's a
nobody
yes or
I
no
would hope
question.
nobody does.
Can you choose to be attracted to your father?
No, because
Right?
I'm growing up under him as my father.
But there are some people who very much could, right?
Oh, well then, and then you have to go into the
And that's what it is.
psychology of that, because
Yeah, but
there's
exactly. What I'm
something that
saying now
happens
is the
there that makes
psychology
you
of it,
think
and
that you're
your
attracted to your
psychological
father.
standing. But wait, Latrice, but can you agree that your psychological standing is not a choice?
Actually, yes, I can, because there are things that occur that actually become embedded in you that make you more prone to making those types of choices.
So wait, if something becomes embedded in me, how is it my choice to make certain choices? Like if I'm being led towards something, and if it is simply within my nature to do something, how is it my choice for that thing to be within my nature? Because you just said here that you cannot choose your sexuality.
No, I didn't say that you couldn't choose your sexuality. I said that you could.
No. But you just said here, you just displayed here that you cannot choose your sexuality, as you said here that you cannot be attracted to your father, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
because he's my father, though. So I feel like
Yeah,
if
but there are
someone
some
is
people where
attracted
that
to
where
their
where that where
father,
that where that basis that line is not there for them. It's not there for them.
and I understand that, because
So do you think
psychologically
that's a choice
something
for them?
occurs that makes them
Do
feel
you
like
think
that,
that?
hey,
But again, you're saying that like there are things that occur to them outside of their own control. By that logic, it is not a choice.
okay, I can concede to that.
Hmm. But yeah, so it's
Because
not a choice.
if it is something that happens to you, then you're going to do what you feel, you're going to
Well,
do what
nothing
has been
necessarily.
embedded in you, that then yeah, I am going to do that, because this is what I learned, this is what I was taught, this is what I was exposed to, so this is all I know how to do, this is not all I know how to be.
People people within the community, they don't necessarily they don't necessarily like even have to be exposed to anything.
I'm not saying that
They
they
don't. You
do.
don't. No, I'm just making sure that we understand that. Like it has nothing to
Oh
do with.
yeah, because it can be a lot of factors. I mean, it could be, for some people it could just be your child, your boy decides to dress up as, dress up in play clothes, and the more you be like, oh, he's so cute, look at him, and the more he'll think, oh well, maybe I do, maybe I am a girl. I don't know how that
That's not how
works.
that works.
I Like I just said, I don't know how that works. I was
I know,
just
but like
trying to come
I
up
just
with.
wouldn't even make that argument, nor would I even use it as an example because I'm afraid of not how
But
it works.
back to your question, because based off your question, I mean, based off the question, because you're giving examples, well, you wouldn't know about Nate Turner if he wasn't a black slave. Well, that
No, I
kind
didn't
of,
say
I
you
mean,
wouldn't know about Nat Turner. I said you wouldn't understand why he did what he did. You wouldn't understand what the significance is of what he did.
no, you said that the reason why, the context behind your question is, I want people to know about people that are LGBTQ in history. Like earlier when you were speaking to someone, you said, did you know what, like when you brought up the guy who walked with Martin Luther King, did you know that he was gay? And I'm like, I didn't know he was gay, but what was the importance of me knowing that he was
It is
gay?
It is well. The importance is that even within the civil rights movement, gay people existed. And
Okay, gay
they
people have
always
always existed.
I know, but here's my point though, right? When he was fighting for civil rights, he was not just fighting for his blackness. That's the point.
Okay. So then if that's the point, then I guess you're kind of speaking about a category that, like, hey, when we get ready to teach about LGBTQ, let's bring these people up in history. You know, this person when
It's
he was
not even
walking with Martin
necessarily
Luther
about bringing these
King.
people up. These people have always been a part of the
No,
history that he
no,
tells.
I'm not
No, no,
saying
no.
bring
I'm
them up
saying,
in
but
that
I'm saying
context.
like
I'm just saying that
specifically.
when we are talking about sexuality, you can say, hey, this person who walked with Martin Luther King, he didn't just walk for him for this reason, he also walked with him for that reason. So if that would be conducive to a person who is trying to learn about their sexuality, who is trying to know that, hey, my sexuality, I can still be this, I can still do that. So I can
Well,
understand.
yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing for any type of representation in education, right? It's the same. It works the exact same way for little black children. But the thing is that like not only does it help these children, feel represented and feel like they can contribute to society. It teaches children who do not fall into these groups that these groups exist and these groups what is the word? Fuck. These other groups other than them engage in society just as much as they do. And they can what is that word? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. But they can bring good things to society just like anyone else. And that they exist and it normalizes them.
But what I guess I'm still trying to figure out, because I mean, if you're talking about the LGBTQ and you just want people to know that this person who stood by Martin Luther King was gay too, how does that make him not exist if we don't bring up his sexuality? How does that not make him important?
I never said that it makes these people not exist. Like you still know that Shakespeare exists, right?
Right, but are you
Yeah,
saying
so
that it
like
would
but
have made
Shakespeare
him
was a
more
part of the
important if
community
I
as
would have
well.
known that he was?
Yes, it would. It would help you understand why he was the way that he was. It would help you understand certain plot points in his plays. It would help you. It would help you humanize him more. Because when we think about Shakespeare, we just think about some dude that was writing poems, and he was so much more than that. He contributed to society a hell of a deal. A lot of the words that we use today were made by Shakespeare in these plays, right? Um,
Okay,
and
so
also, and also, like,
what facts, because you said that hypothetically or possibly he was gay. What facts do you have
what
to
do you
show
mean?
that he
I
was
never
gay
said
other than?
hypothetical. These are confirmed things.
Okay, so what? Because I
But
don't know.
hypothetical
So
about who?
that's why I'm asking, what evidence is there? Is it an article? Is it somewhere in one of his plays that he
Of
talks about
who?
him being
Of who?
gay? Shakespeare, because we're talking about Shakespeare.
Okay. Shakespeare has I forgot what it's called. It's something 18. But Shakespeare has a lot of hidden poems and love letters that were addressed to men. A lot of them were found and publicized without his consent, but they were addressed to men. Love letters.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this because your question is just knowing about them in history to
Sonnet
get a
18.
more
Thank
to
you,
get more of
Elsa.
an understanding to get more of an understanding that this person did the things that they did because of this. I can understand that. I can understand that. For this particular question, because I mean it does make sense, but I'm if that's what the question is, then that's what the question is. But if we were talking about what Yasmin was trying to bring up, as far as the other
Yes,
part,
well, she couldn't prove that, right? Because the thank you for the follow, Stephanie. The evidence that she brought up literally disproved her point.
the what?
The evidence that Yasmin brought up disproved her point.
No, yeah, it definitely disproved her point. Um, so I mean, if that's all you're trying to say is that when we bring up people in history, that if we're going to say that Martin Luther King was married to Coretta Scott and
Thank you for the
Abraham
green
was
card.
married to this person, then yeah, it's okay to bring up that this
That's all
person
it is.
was
Like no one
was
is
gay.
necessarily,
I
yeah,
mean,
no one is
if that's
necessarily
if
asking
that's
for
all
a
you're
full
trying to
class.
say in regards to LGBTQ. Now, if you're trying to say more about LGBTQ, then that's a different story.
I mean, that is more,
So what
right?
more?
But
So beside, but
no one is necessarily asking for like an entire class about LGBTQ people. Like no one is really asking for that.
So
People
then
are
what
saying
are
that
you
there's
asking
clear
to
there's
be taught besides the history
no
of
no
people
what
that
people
are
are what I am arguing here is that there is clear like omission of LGBTQ members within these classes.
clear omission of them just being gay?
Not just being gay, just being a part of the LGBTQ. Not all people within the LGBTQ are homosexual. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, I guess not, because I'm just, I guess, I mean, if it's simply just about them, like, hey, this guy was this and he was also that and he was fighting for this, then I guess that is, I guess, there's really not an issue with that. But if it's more about the sexuality, then I kind of feel like then that I kind of
It is
feel
way
like,
more about the sexuality. Because that is the sexuality.
well, when I say sexuality, more in depth, like the young lady was saying,
Like
about
sex
things
education?
like about no, I'm all about the sex education, because
Mhm.
if you don't have the sex education, then you are going to have kids with more STDs, kids that are pregnant. I'm a teen mom, so I can preach to that, because I grew up in the age where all they preached was religion and abstinence, and they did not educate you. We didn't have replicas of penises and all these things. We were just taught STDs and abstinence. So I completely get that, and I understand that, and I appreciate that high schools now hand out condoms and teach my sons how to put them on. But if you are and for me as a mother, and morally, for me, I believe in, I'm I don't have anything against the LGBTQ, but I'm the type of person that, hey, I just prefer, because this is how we were made atomically for one reason and one reason only, that was to be reproduced. So I'm sorry.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that? Because a woman carries eggs and men carry sperm. If you
I mean,
don't
like we
insert
don't
one
we
into
don't
the
need to
other,
reproduce. We don't
I'm
need to.
sorry.
We do not need to reproduce.
We what?
We do not need to reproduce.
I know we don't need to reproduce.
I know, but like I don't. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like bringing up that fact is like really irrelevant to the whole thing.
Well, I'm just talking about sexual wise, but that's why I'm talking when in regards to the LGBTQ. It for me, it's like, okay, I don't want my kids to be taught certain things until, like you said earlier, until they're a certain age. So I
Why
guess
is
it would just depend on what it is that you're introducing. And that's why I said the
like
statement
what
is really
though?
broad.
When you say certain things, like what? Because I agree, we don't necessarily need to teach children about like condoms and intercourse until they're like in middle school at the very least.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I agree that we don't necessarily need to teach children about like intercourse until like middle school, because that's like until like adolescence. That's when I think we should really start talking about it. But beforehand, I think in terms of like sex education, we should teach things like consent and boundaries, right? Before
Oh
that
yeah, for
point,
sure. For
yeah,
sure, for definitely inappropriate touching, like all those things definitely need to be taught at an early
yeah,
age.
that's all sex education that will be taught K through 12.
So I guess in regards to the LGBTQ, what exactly, besides the whole history thing, what else would be taught? I guess let me ask that question.
No, that's it. Just like if we're not even talking about sex ed, then like that's literally just it.
Okay, I think then there's maybe a misconception about when people say teaching about LGBTQ in schools. I think there's a misconception about what it is that they think that you're actually talking about. Because if originally when I thought about it, it's like, oh, you want to teach my kids to like another person that's the same sex, or you want to teach them it's okay
Well, you can't.
for
Well, it is okay, but like you
no.
can't force a child to be like homosexual. That's not how that works.
And see, I think that that's what it is. I think people believe that you can teach a child to be that way.
Yeah, but also like yeah, no, you literally can't. Like scientifically, you can't. And also, it is perfectly fine if they do end up liking someone like that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what the person chooses to do,
I
that's
mean, no,
perfectly
but like
fine for them.
that's what you just said though. Like that's harmful rhetoric. You just said that like teaching them that it's okay, and it is okay. They should be taught that it's okay.
Well,
But no, you
when I was
cannot,
gonna
you
say
cannot
teaching them that
influence.
it's okay, I had more to that before you interrupted me and said that it is okay. I was going to say teaching them it's okay to like at 6 years old, it's okay for you to wear dresses. It's okay for you to want to do this, and they're just
Is
those
that a good
random
or bad
things.
thing to you?
For me
You're
at
going for
6 years for me at 6 years old, if my son is playing dress up, it's cool as long as he knows that, hey, we're just kind of playing dress up here.
What
But
if it's not dress up for him?
if he begins to say, well, I like wearing this because I think it's a girl, then to be honest, there's some things that I'm going to question and have to kind of figure out,
That's
like,
fine.
what do you mean you think that
Latrice,
you want to be a girl?
Latrice, like no, right? Because like no, it's like so like what if it's not just dress up? What if it's not just dress up for them, right? Because like what do you mean? How are you? First of all, Latrice, how do
Well, I
you know?
said if they dress up,
Oh,
I
wait a
would
minute,
ask
no,
more
Latrice, let's
questions.
break. Let me. I'm gonna break this down as how harmful that question is to ask a child, right? Because Latrice, how do you know that you are a woman?
How do I know that I'm a woman?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like a woman. I'm in a woman's body.
Mm-hmm.
A woman has breasts. A woman has a vagina.
Not all women have breasts or vaginas.
Yes, they do.
Nope. There are people who are born like plain Barbie dolls. How do intersex women know that they're women, Latrice?
Like, I don't. An intersex woman, and excuse me if I don't know what that is, but like I said, I don't know a whole lot
It's someone
about.
who was born with both biological characteristics of both sexes. So how do those people who are women know that they are women? If it is so appropriate to ask your child how they know they are a girl or how they know they are a boy, and you yourself cannot answer these questions, this is unfair.
You know what? Then I really don't know. Then, to be honest.
Exactly. So that's an inappropriate question to ask a child, right? You said what you said. You said that you are a woman because you simply feel like a woman.
Well, no, I did say because I feel like a woman, but I also added because I added
Yeah,
more to it. I feel like a woman because
we know
I
that
have
cannot be the
breasts.
case.
There
But
are
Latrice,
specific hormones that I have in my
I know,
body.
Latrice, I know. But like, here's my thing: if you woke up the next day and you had no breasts and no genitals, would you still be
Hmm.
a woman in your eyes? Thank you for
In
the
my
follow.
eyes.
Would you still be a
Okay.
woman?
So if I woke up in the morning and I had no breast and I had no vagina,
You had no secondary sex characteristics. How would you know that you were a woman?
uh, to be honest, I don't think that that's actually a valid thing because I
No, it is
have
a valid
breast.
thing.
I,
It's a
I
no, no, no,
have
no.
breast and I have a
This is
vagina.
called
And
this
so
is
if you
called
have a person who's born with both
Latrice.
of them, then
Latrice.
they still are going to go based
Latrice.
off how they
Latrice.
feel.
Latrice. This is a question to
I wasn't
test your.
necessarily silent. There's a difference between silence and
No, 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 no,
thinking.
no, no.
So when you
Latrice.
hear someone, well, no, I was just
Latrice.
responding to a comment. That's
No,
all.
you don't respond to comments. Please. Don't respond. You're talking to me. You're not talking to the comments, right?
Right.
So this is a question to test your logic, even in a different scenario. And you said here, the way that you know that you are a woman is that you have breasts and female genitals. So if you woke up and you no longer had these secondary sex characteristics, how would you know that you were a woman? Would you still think of yourself as a woman?
I mean,
Thank you for the
I
heart.
guess I guess I wouldn't if I didn't have them. But
So is
if
your
I didn't
physical
know what
body,
the
you
hormones that
would
I'm
not be a woman.
producing, if the hormones I'm producing don't produce that, then
You don't know
I
your
guess I wouldn't
you
know.
don't know your hormones, right? No one knows the hormones that they necessarily produce. No one knows their chromosomes. You cannot look at these things, right? You can't, right? It
Yeah.
costs a lot of money to get them tested. That is not like, come on. Because when you say here what makes you a woman, you are
That's
specifically speaking about things that you see
I
right
don't even
in
know
yourself. You
what
cannot see your
anyone would.
hormones, and you cannot see your chromosomes.
Anybody could say that they're anything if they didn't have. If a
No,
guy woke up and didn't have any
no, they
pecs
can't.
or a penis, he wouldn't even know. So I
Wait, no,
mean,
no, what? No, what?
he wouldn't know if he was a man if he didn't have them.
Exactly, right? So clearly the genitals is not what makes a man a man.
Actually, but it does.
But you just disproved your own point though.
No, I didn't prove my own point.
You just said that like if someone no longer had a penis, they would still know that they're a man if they're identified as such.
No, I didn't say they would still know what they meant. I said they wouldn't know what they were. I said
Really?
it doesn't matter if they were male or female.
Really?
If I didn't have anything, then of course I wouldn't know what I was. I would
So
think.
did you know, Latrice, that there are men who are born with no genitals?
There are people who are born without a lot of things. There are people born without
No,
an
no, no.
arm. There are people born without eyes.
I don't need you to talk about the rest of it. I'm telling you that you said. I mean, I'm telling you that like there are some men who are straight up born without genitals. How do they know?
And that's okay, but they probably do know that they're still a
Latrice, answer the
man.
question. How do they know that they are men?
I don't know, honey. You would have to find one that didn't have one to let you know.
Well, Latrice, I'm asking you to use your logic and apply it to them. How would you know that they are men? I mean,
Honey,
how would they know that
look,
they're men? By your
honey,
logic,
how would you know that they're men?
I wouldn't.
How would you know that they're not a
based off-
man? How would
it
you
would
know
be-
that they're not a man?
It would be based fully off of their self-perception, their internal perception.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So
So
we know
so
it is
that
not
so
the
their
genitals that we
perception
see.
so what is their perception based? What's the context about their perception?
Their internal perception aligns with like the way that society views the word man or the roles associated with that, and how they are raised and if they identify with it, stuff like that. It all comes down to their internal perception of themselves, regardless if they have certain characteristics or like physical characteristics or not.
Honey, look. Okay, because that doesn't make any sense. You do understand
Why
that,
does that not make any sense, Latrice?
girl. Okay.
Can you tell me why it doesn't make any sense so I can help you?
No, oh, I don't need any help, but it doesn't make sense that all this the stuff that you're talking about. Well, if say actually, I I'm
No,
a,
can
I'm
you
cool.
just tell me how it
I'm
doesn't
cool
make
on that
sense?
argument. I'm cool on that argument because I'm not going to try to make sense of something that actually does not have sense to it.
I don't
Because
understand.
I don't even that
I'm the one that said that, Latrice. So if you do not understand what
no
I said,
no
just ask me.
you know I don't understand stuff that don't make sense. So we're gonna just leave it
It
at that.
does make sense though. Like that's not how that
It
works.
does not make sense because
Why does it?
you tried to come up with an argument that if you don't have this and this person doesn't, if no one is born with anything, how do they know what they are? But that's not
Exactly.
how we were. But that's not how we are born. That's not how we. Well, I'm not. Hold on.
Well,
Let me take that back.
that's how a lot
Because
of people are born.
some people are born without certain parts. Yes, they are.
Exactly. We're talking about
That
those
does not
people.
mean that they don't know. That does not mean that they don't know what they are. I
Exactly,
honestly,
Latrice. So that's what I was saying. That to ask, like, if you had a trans child, to suddenly get up and ask your trans child how they know what their identity is would be disingenuous, right? Because you have just stated right here that people do not need to have specific traits in order to align with a specific identity. You just proved my point.
I don't think that I that I prove your point. I think
You
that
did.
as
You
the
just proved
more
my
we
point.
continue to talk, that I may be getting a little bit confused, and I don't want to sound
And if
defensive.
you're confused, please
I
tell
don't I
me what
don't
exactly. We can
I
go down.
don't want to sound defensive because
I
it
don't
just that
understand why you
because
insist on being ignorant about this. Like if you
I'm
do
not
not
being
understand something,
I'm
ask
not trying to
me.
be ignorant about it
No, no,
because
no. I'm not saying it as an insult.
I simply just don't because when I brought up the topic of if my child was wearing a dress and he was like, oh, I decide to want to be
And you would have
I
asked
decide
them a disingenuous question.
I feel like all of a sudden I'm a girl, and then yes I would ask
They
those
do not,
questions
but that's not
about
how being trans
why do
works.
you feel like you're a girl,
Latrice,
what makes you think that you're a girl, because if
Latrice,
that's how we come
Latrice,
up with our
stop. I heard you
identity.
the first time. I heard you the first time. Latrice, they like trans people do not wake up and decide to be another gender. That's not how that
Honey,
works.
I have literally seen numerous. I've seen shows, I've read articles, I've seen people come on the news talk about how they were young and they had made decisions about their gender. You know, I was a boy and I thought I wanted to be a girl. I was a girl and
Approved.
I wanted to
Give an
be a
example.
boy. I decided to
Give an
take
example.
hormones. You know, the doctor agreed that
Can you
I
give an
had gender
example, please?
dysphoria. Like all these
Latrice,
things.
can you give an example of a person who acts like this? Like where's this coming from? Because if you can't give me a specific, then like this is just like a trust me, bro. Like I don't. Who cares about that?
There was a young, actually, let me go. I will go and search
Because
the article.
detransitioners very much do exist, right? And they should
Yes.
be listened to and they should be validated. That has nothing to do with the wider trans identity. Because yeah, some people are gonna fall through the cracks. Some people are going to be misdiagnosed. Some people are not going to be treated up to standard as they should be. A lot of the time, detransitioners realize that they do not operate within the binary, and they're more likely they more so feel comfortable being something like non-binary. They feel more better going on with something like using different pronouns other than she, her, and him. They find that they don't necessarily need to do any kind of surgery, that they just feel more comfortable just going on hormones. You can be non-binary and be, and some people mistake the two for being a transgender girl or a woman. And that's not the case. So can you be
I
specific?
actually, yeah, I can go and I can
Then
go and Google it.
yeah, you do that. But then when you do find that specific,
I
I need
just
you
watched a young lady that was on the news that's suing a doctor's office right now because she talked about how he diagnosed her with gender dysphoria within 45 minutes. And now I can't exactly say how old she is
that's not
now,
how that's
but
supposed to go.
no, I know that's not how it's supposed to
So
go,
what
but
does
I've
that have
read
to do with like the
that was
wider
just
trans community? What does that have to do with anything? Right? Because there are going to be people who don't know what they're doing. There are going to be people who fall through the cracks. There are going to be people who are treated unfairly. So like I'm a little bit confused as to like what that has to do with like the wider treatment, like the correct comprehensive treatment for transgender youth, because they do not.
she was just one person. I was just talking about the most
Yeah,
recent article that I read, but the other people that I did read about this,
and that's
it was a
malpractice.
choice. They went about it
Not a choice.
supposedly the right ways, and they still felt like in the end that I wish I would have had a little bit more mental health
You need to
therapy
find
or
these
something
people
like
that
that.
know who you're talking about.
I
Because
can't.
people say the
In
same
this
thing about
and and
Latrice.
this
People say the same thing
in
about knee
this
surgery.
in this moment, I'm not gonna be able
Then
to
you
just
cannot
pull
make
up
this
anything
claim.
without having. So actually, I
We
can
can
make the
wait for you. We
claim.
can wait for you, Latrice. We can wait for you, and we can see who you can find. And then we're going to talk about how that even has anything to do with
What
like
about
choice.
Jackie Hill Perry?
Who is
What
Jackie
about
Hill?
her? She is she's actually a very well known pastor that even wrote a book about her transformation.
Yeah, she's
And I
not
see.
trans.
Oh, that's right. She wasn't trans. She was just talking about being gay.
Yeah.
That's my mistake because I'm trying to sit up here and think of some people because I don't want to just go and Google. I mean, Google folks. I'm trying to think of someone I actually know.
No, you should Google it, because detransitioners are very low. But in the meantime, y'all, when they're looking for stuff, y'all, yeah, this person was just lesbian and they became a pastor. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, in the meantime, y'all, keep tippity tapping the screen. Let's see if we can get to 50K, y'all. Let's see if we can get to 50K. Please remember to like and share the screen. But in the meantime, like and share the screen, like and share the live. And if you feel like in a given mood, please feel free to subscribe. It helps me come on here every single day. Also, please follow the account and turn on that bell. I go live every day at 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. But in the meantime, y'all know what time it is. I think we're all gonna play our favorite song in the meantime. Come on, dance with me, Chad. Dance with me. Dance with me, Chad. We're waiting for the source. We're waiting for the source. We're waiting for that source, Chad. Thank you for the roses. Thank you, crocodile. Come on, dance with me, Chad. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you for the roses, Abby. Thank you so much. We're waiting for some thank you for the heart me. Thank you for the heart me. We're waiting for some sources on some detransitioners and how being trans is a choice. And it's not. It never has been. Y'all, it's been like a good 3 minutes. This is getting bad. Latrice, I don't think you're gonna find it. In the meantime, y'all keep tippity tap tapping that screen, y'all. Keep tapping the screen. Remember to like and share the live, copy the link and share it to your friends, y'all. And also follow the account. Follow the account. We get lives like this every single day at 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, please subscribe. It helps me come on here every single day, and you get good content, good debates. Today we are debating, should LGBTQ be taught in school? I think it should. Thank you for the heart me. But yeah, like this is not the guest here recently just made a, hello?
So the only one that I can't find, since I didn't know there was a time limit, but that's why I said
There's not a time
I wasn't
limit.
gonna try to find, but
Oh, I can't hear you when you're outside of the app, by the way. I can't hear you when you leave the app. You're paused.
so
Mhm.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, you can just name the source and I can find it.
Hold on, let me go back and read.
Okay, y'all tap the screen, y'all. Tippity tap that the screen, y'all. I really appreciate every single person here. We got 118 people in here. I really appreciate every single one of you. Please follow the live, follow the creator, me. Also subscribe. It helps you come on here every single day.
So
Copy the link, y'all. Copy the link. Let's see if we can get to 50K. What's up?
so it was on the New York Post, and it says I lost organs. A new how a detransition team regretted their choices. I'm like,
In the New York Post. Why detransition teens regret changing genders, from the New York Post.
so that was
From the
just one article.
Latrice. From the New
Well,
York Post, first of all. Also, I did
you
ask you
asked me
first.
to
I did
find
ask you
the
first.
people that I was talking about.
I
You
did.
didn't ask me
I
to find a
did. I know.
scientific
I know.
source.
I got you.
So
I know. But here's the thing, though. I just want to make it clear. How does this let you know that being trans is a choice?
let me know that being trans is a choice.
Okay, so
I've
like,
just,
yeah,
I've just spoken
there's
to
going to be
I
regret dates for
mean,
any kind of
even
medical.
in me just being 36 years old and having and talking to people, they're just like, I mean, I can't help it, I mean,
Yeah, no, but like,
I
what are
I
you
don't
trying
like
to do
men. I
here?
like women.
Wait a minute, Latrice. Wait a minute. Like, what do you like with this article? What are you trying to prove? That like people regret like medical procedures? Yeah, that's gonna happen. People have there's a higher regret rate for knee
No,
surgery.
I didn't say anything about anyone regretting a
Also,
medical.
why did we
I
bring
didn't
this up?
say.
What is the argument for this, Latrice?
Well, we were talking about when I brought up
We were talking about
the feeling
detransitioners, which would be
about we were talking about I brought up the example of the little boy, and how if he told me that he felt a certain type of way, I would ask him questions on what made him feel that way. And then you went into talking about how would you know if you weren't a woman if you didn't have genitalias.
yeah. So
And
these
so then
people, if this person wasn't trans, Latrice, and they weren't trans, and they slipped through the cracks of the system, that happens with literally every single part of the system. That happens. People slip through the cracks all the time. People actually slip through the cracks more often with knee
and
surgery.
And sweetheart, I get that, but
Even
I
exactly,
was
but
just
this doesn't
saying
prove anything.
that there are, just speaking to people. Like I said,
Yeah,
I'm
but
36 years old.
right,
I
right.
know I know people. I've read things. I've seen things on social media, just like everybody else.
Okay.
So for me, I haven't seen anything that proves that be based off of this, based off of your levels of the, based off of the brain activity that says that it's not a choice.
Based off
I
of the
believe that
brain. No,
I
no,
believe that
Latrice, you
sexuality
don't get to
is
say
a
no,
choice.
Latrice, you don't get to say that. You don't get to say that there's no like brain scans or anything to show that being trans is a
As
choice.
of right
Go find it
now,
right now. Go
because
find it.
as of
No, go find the
right
source.
now, I
Latrice, as
haven't
of right
seen
now,
one
we
that
have the
says that
proof.
it is.
Latrice, we have the proof that says that it isn't. Go find the source.
You have
Go.
the proof that says that it
Go
isn't?
find go find the source.
You
You made
have the proof that says that
you
it
made the claim, go
isn't?
find it. You made the claim, go find it. Because if your sources here is from the New York Post, I'm not gonna lie. That's like, thank you so much, Pam. Thank you so much, Pam. Well,
Okay, so before I go and find my source, don't try to do that because we were literally talking about, you told me to find people and I found a person. It didn't
I
say
know,
anything about any.
but
Okay,
even
well
then,
then don't try to do that, sweetheart. Don't do that. Because
enough. Anyway,
so I'm gonna go back and try to find a post about
Latrice,
the
because the New
brain.
York Post is insanely biased. Insanely biased. Literally,
Thank
one of
you.
the
You
first
know what?
paragraphs
I
here is
appreciate
that
that.
she
Whatever
decided that she was
Puda,
transgender. No one
I
decided
appreciate
she was
that
trans.
because if it wasn't a choice, why would you need medications to change your hormones? That's a very, very, very valid point.
You don't need to. No, it's not, because you don't need to do any of that to be trans. People do that for their own
You
comfortability. You don't have to do any of that to be trans.
That is true. That is
That
true.
is true.
But if you want to take it a step further, then yes,
Yeah, but that
that
has
is
nothing
why
to
they
do
do
with like
hormones and stuff.
your yeah, but that doesn't really have anything to do with like whether or not you're trans. It has to do with like your own comfortability.
I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, like literally one of the first sentences here is that like she says well, first of all, it says here that like she got the surgery before she was 18, and that she decided she was transgender, and got a double mastectomy before the age of 17. That is asinine. That's
E-
just
e-
medical
e-
malpractice.
exactly, and that's why I
So
brought
what
that
that
one
got to
up
do with
because
trans
we were
people?
talking
What does that
about
have to do with
because we
trans
were
people
talking
being
about
trans?
children because
Because
we
this
were
is
talking
not, if
about
this person is
children.
not trans, Latrice, then they weren't trans. It doesn't count.
We were talking about children, so that's why the article was valid because
I
we were talking about
okay. So
kids and
that's,
making that
no, no,
decision.
I'm not talking.
That's what we were talking about.
No, Latrice, that's not what I mean when I bring up the age. I'm saying that like people, you're not really supposed to get surgeries before you're 18.
Yes, I
So that's
know
what I
that.
said. Like
I
this
know
is
that.
just like this is like medical malpractice. That's what I said.
Yes, and it absolutely was in that
And
situation.
also, if this
It
person is
absolutely
not
was.
trans, if this
Medical
person is
surgeons.
not trans,
And I
then
don't even think. I don't know what the age is that they allow them to have medication. I think I read somewhere that it was 14. I'm not
medication is
exactly
different
sure
from
on that
surgery.
for a hormone.
Medication,
I
Latrice,
know, but I'm
medication
just
is.
I know that, sweetheart. Trust me, I know that. I know
Why
that.
are we bringing it up?
Um,
Because it's reversible.
no, I brought it up. I no, first of all, I agree with you about the surgery. And then I went on adding to the topic that I'm not quite sure what the age is that they allow them to have because even medication,
Adolescence and
you go
pre-puberty.
go to your father, sweetheart, because oh my goodness.
It's adolescence and pre-puberty.
Harvey, babe, can you take care of her? She had an accident. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, turn it off because she had a major accident. Let daddy stay right here. No, look,
Do you want to mute if you don't want people to hear your
it's okay, honey. I'm a mama of 5 kids. It's all right. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure people on here have had a baby that pooped before, so
Okay.
it is perfectly fine.
But yeah, like what I
But
was saying, this
go
is just
ahead.
medical malpractice. This is just malpractice, right? And also, if this
Oh,
person wasn't trans, then if anything, it just proves that being trans isn't a choice because it shows the damage, it shows the harm that comes with giving this type of treatment to someone who does not fall into these categories.
and that particular article, yes, for sure. I definitely
Yeah, but like with most these transitioners, that's what it proves, right?
well because
It proves the harm of giving this treatment to people who are not trans.
that or well see the thing for that person they believed that they believed they were making a choice
Yeah, they can
and
believe
so
something, of course, but it doesn't come down to number 12.
they started to make decisions and their
And that is
and
not how that goes for trans youth. That's not how that's supposed to go, right? So them just getting up and quote unquote deciding that they were trans and then immediately getting a mastectomy is unacceptable, right? I don't see anywhere here that says that she went through any kind of what do you call it? Any kind of therapy. Like you're not supposed to do that. Like you're not. This is just malpractice. This person wasn't even trans.
I'm sorry, say
You're out of the app. We can't hear you. I think she got a phone call, y'all. In the meantime, y'all, please keep tapping the screen. But
no,
I'm saying
I
like
said
this person isn't even trans. Like if they're not trans, and it's clear here that they did not go through the correct like medical procedures and like therapeutic procedures in order to determine whether or not they were actually trans. Yeah, that's a problem. And if anything, it proves how like these identities, these internal perceptions of self, are not choices. Because if it was a choice, she could have just bit the bullet, and just went along life as a man. But she couldn't. There was active harm to her, living life as a man.
you're talking about after she got the surgery.
Yeah,
Right. No,
it
she
proved that
realized
these
that
things are not a choice.
well, I'm not quite sure. Neither you nor I know what type of therapies or things that she did or didn't go through
Well, no,
to
because it says here that like, it doesn't say anything about therapy here.
well, that's what I'm saying. We don't know that because it wasn't in the article. So
And,
for
and that's a problem. And that's a problem, right?
right.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact I'm not gonna say that it's not in the. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say because there's a lot of people that don't go to therapy for a lot of things, and
No, but when it comes to
that
like
doesn't
feeling
necessarily mean that it's
unprepared,
not a problem. I
when it,
don't think that every
when it
person that
comes to
is trans goes to therapy to decide to see if
but they
they're
should
trans
though.
or before they
They
do
should
or
though.
before they
When it comes
okay,
to
so
like
if they should go
goals
that
and
what's
medical stuff,
so
then
if
yeah,
you believe that they should go to therapy,
that's healthcare.
eh,
That's a part of their healthcare.
so you're saying that if they do believe that they're trans, they should go to therapy to
Yeah, they should go to
solidify that
therapy.
choice.
Well, no, they should go to therapy and then psychotherapy, and then that person who does all the tests and talks to them for a while, um, they can determine whether or not they actually exhibit traits of certain disorders or whatever.
Certain disorders.
Yeah, like fuck, what is it called?
Are you talking about gender dysphoria and all that
Yeah,
kind of
gender
stuff?
dysphoria.
Okay, so we're both on the same. That for me, and you saying that alone, just
That's how that's
just
supposed to be.
right. So that's why I don't think in that instance, yeah,
But
I
it doesn't
don't
mean
think
the
it
child
should.
doesn't.
I'm not saying that the child doesn't know, but I don't think that for that very instance itself, I that's the reason I don't think it should be taught in school. I don't
Why?
think that because you don't want to influence that child's
Can't.
perception.
You can't though, right? Because
Actually, you can.
even
If
with what you just
well, honey,
stated,
I'm
even with what you
36
just
years
gave here,
old. There is not a single thing that I have listened to in music, shows that I have
that has
watched,
nothing to do
or
with your child's
anything that
internal
has
perception.
not that say it again.
That has nothing to do with your child's internal perception. That is something that is static. You cannot change that. You can change someone's views. You can change how someone feels about themselves. You cannot
Honey,
change.
yes, it does.
No, you
Growing
can't.
what
Can you
the
choose?
things that
Choose to, okay, Latrice. Choose to be a man right now.
no.
No, that's what I'm.
You
But that's what I'm talking about. Choose to be a man right now.
so
Live life as a man.
no.
Come back to me in a week.
I'm not gonna live life as a man because all of a sudden, like I'm not influenced to be a man. So
So if
I
you cannot
mean,
be influenced to be
and
a
when
man,
I
what
what
are you talking about?
you you were talking about influence. You're saying that as a child, that in
I never
that
said anything
area,
about.
you cannot be influenced with things around you
Oh yeah,
in your
you can't
sexuality.
be influenced to be trans. You can't be
I'm
influenced to have
sorry.
a certain sexuality.
I'm not saying that actually yes I am. If you have certain things that go on in your life
Nope.
and you, okay, let me rephrase what I'm trying to say. If I think, hey, I want to be an elephant. I think I'm an
You want to
elephant.
be a what?
I'm just using an elephant. I'm just using something random.
You can't be an elephant though.
Okay, we know I
Like
can't
like
be
as
an
as like a
elephant.
gender. No. Latrice, like as a gender identity. Is that what you mean?
Yes, I'm talking about as
Elephant
a gender
self.
identity.
As a gender identity, it's not though. Like, what is the definition of elephant? Elephant, under your view?
An elephant? What's
Yeah,
the
what's the definition of an elephant?
It's a very large gray animal
So are you
with
yourself
a
a very
trunk.
large? Are you a very large?
So if you can give an
No,
example,
Latrice, just
if
break it
no,
down.
if you
They're
can
not using
take,
different words.
if
These
you were,
words all
if
mean
you
the same thing to trans people. They all mean the same exact thing, right? So you cannot say, like, even in
no,
this example,
sweetheart,
you
if
can't say
you
you
can
can't say.
ask me a question and say, if you
And you
woke up
answered
and
it
you didn't have
incorrectly.
any
Like,
breast or a vagina, would you be a man? So yeah, I can use a
no,
description.
you
I can
can.
use an
Because
analogy of an elephant.
elephants
So
aren't,
if I
elephants don't,
decided
no, no, no.
if I thought that, hey,
Oh,
I'm an elephant.
oh, Latrice, I muted you because you're not an elephant. You just stated traits of an elephant that you do not fall into. An elephant is an animal. There are biological traits that one must have to be considered an elephant. You can't just be an elephant. You're muted, by the way. You're muted, Latrice. Latrice, you're muted. You gotta unmute, Latrice. You just left the app, but yeah, like
Oh
you can't.
no, I know I
It's,
was muted. I was just
you
giving
can't.
myself
Okay.
a moment
No,
to gather myself because I'm really over here like, okay, so
Latrice, you can't.
we'll stick with the human anatomy. We'll
It's
stick with
not
the
even
human
about the
anatomy.
anatomy. It's just that elephant is not a
We'll
gender identity. It's a
we'll stick with the human anatomy. Well,
if that's how you see gender identity.
earlier when you were giving examples of things, you also used something different that wasn't an anatomy, but I can't
Like what?
exactly
Oh,
point
she
in
got.
time.
Like what?
I can't
Like,
remember what it
look,
was right
something
now
that
because we've been on the phone for so long. But
I don't remember ever doing that.
it's okay. Like I said, I can't remember what it was because
Yeah, but again, like let's
we've
use
been
this
on the phone for
example.
so long.
It's fine, but like
We've
if you're going to use this example, my main point is that you can't be an elephant because even by your
Okay,
definition,
cool.
you do not even
Hey,
meet that
baby girl,
criteria.
I can't be an elephant. It's cool. It's cool.
You don't meet the
So
criteria even by your own definition.
it's okay. I can't be an elephant. I'm not gonna argue that with you, sweetheart.
No, I'm
It's
not
all right.
arguing with that. That is just the example that you were about to give, and I'm
I
explaining to you
know,
that
and it's
by your
okay that
criteria.
I can't use that
Yeah, so
example.
try
It's
so try
okay.
something. Just try something
It's
different.
okay.
I'm not complaining
No,
about it. Just saying that this is inaccurate.
I get it. I get it. I get it. But for me, if you're gonna for me, if you're gonna teach those types of things, I don't think that it should be taught in school because at the end of the day, there are influences that happen
No, there
in
isn't.
people's lives,
No, there isn't.
and
Not the
people can
sexuality.
say all day long, nothing
Can you
influenced
give me
me.
an example of sexuality?
Something
Latrice,
influenced
no, no,
you
no.
to make whatever choice you
Latrice,
decided to
Latrice.
make. At the end of the day.
You see how you immediately said choice? Sexuality, gender identity is not a choice. They do not fall into that criteria, right? So unless you can give me examples of people being influenced to have a certain sexuality or have a certain gender identity, what you just said here is null and void. Like you cannot prove that it's a choice by any stretch of it. You can say that a person chooses. You can say that a person can necessarily choose to what's the word, to affirm their gender, to affirm their identity, to affirm their sexuality, but those things are still stagnant. Whether or not someone chooses to affirm something is not relevant to whether or not it's a choice, like the actual trait itself being a choice. So if you wanna unmute and try again, you can try again, but I'm not gonna let you get away with that one. But if not, I can just move on to the next person. But you're not going to be able to prove that it's not a choice. I mean, that it is a choice, I mean. Oh, he's sleeping. Latrice, unmute. I can't have you just sitting in here on mute. Latrice.
Oh, I tried to unmute myself earlier, but it said I wasn't allowed to that. So that's why
Yeah, but yeah, like
I
you can't.
wasn't going to try to mute myself. If you don't want, if you don't believe, if you,
I
because
don't need to believe anything. These things are proven.
okay, so well, hey, look, it's a choice at the end of the day.
It's not.
Influences are important. Whether
How can
you
someone? So if I influenced you to be a lesbian, would you be a lesbian?
but I would have to make that choice. Influences
So
exist.
it's
I
not a
still
choice.
make a choice.
So if you can choose to be influenced.
Exactly. Everyone can choose to be influenced. Duh.
No.
Yes, there are things around you that there
That's
are
quite
so many
literally
things that you
not.
are exposed to.
That's quite literally not
There are
what
so many
influence
things
is.
that you're exposed. Your parents teaching you to believe in God. That's an influence, but you make a choice.
Yeah, I
Your
didn't
parents
choose.
teaching you,
I didn't
your
choose it.
cheering your I'm sorry,
Influence, by definition, is not a choice.
honey. I didn't say influence by definition was a choice. I
You
say
just
it,
said.
I
You just
say
what did
influence
you
will
say?
help people.
Latrice,
Influence
you do not, Latrice,
help people make
wait,
choices.
Latrice, wait. You do not need to explicitly say a sentence for that sentence to be implied. I hate when people do that stuff. Like, think critically.
Girl, at the
Anyway,
end of the day, at the
it's
end
not a
of the
truth.
day,
Can you prove it?
at the
Prove it.
end of at the
Prove that
end
you can
of the
influence people.
day,
It's not at the end of the day.
see?
The day's still bright.
Yes,
Right?
it
It's only
is.
9 p.m. It's not the end of the day. What?
At the
Prove it.
well,
Prove it. Prove it, or I'm going to go on to the next person. I'm not dealing with this.
you know what, honey, look. At,
Hmm.
influence is a choice.
No, it's
There you
not. By
go.
definition, it's not.
Yes, influence, you can
By definition,
choose.
it's not.
You can choose it. We know that by definition it is not.
Yeah, so don't use it in that context then, because by definition, it wouldn't.
Okay.
Okay.
Because
You have anything else you want to talk about?
actually no, I don't. Because
Okay, then. We're going to go on to the next person.
you're gonna do what you're gonna do anyway.
Thank you so much for your time, Latrice. We're going to go on to the next person, y'all. Remember to tap that screen, y'all. We're going to go on to the next person. Let's see what else we got. We got a lot of people in the guest request right now. Let's go to, I'm going to pick randomly. Let's go to Sophia. Let's see if they load in, y'all. In the meantime, while they load in, y'all, keep tapping the screen,
Hello?
y'all. Remember to like and share the live and subscribe. I also come on here every
Hello?
single day. How old are you?
I'm 18,
What year were you born?
2005.
All right, so what do you think about the topic up here?
All right, so I'm just gonna start by saying I don't think there's anything wrong with LGBTQ, but like
If you're
it
gonna preface
depends.
this is gonna be a bad sign.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't think that they should be teaching it to like little kids because, huh? Because little kids don't really need to be learning about anything like
Why not?
dating. Like they're little, but
Who's talking about dating? Who said anything about dating?
LGBTQ is
No, it's not.
lesbian, gay.
You can be lesbian and be single.
Yeah, you can, but you like girls. Little kids don't need to be
Yeah, but I
liking
don't need
nobody.
to date girls.
Little
I like
kids don't need to be liking nobody.
I'm sexually attracted to women. I've never been in a romantic relationship with a woman though.
Okay, good for you.
But I still exist, right?
You still exist.
So it
Good
doesn't
for
have anything to do with dating.
Little kids should not be attracted to nobody. Okay,
That's
I'm
not
talking
how that
elementary school.
little kids work. Like you've never had a crush growing up?
When I was like in elementary school, no.
I've had a lot of crushes growing up.
Okay. Anyways,
It's very common for children to have
like
crushes.
the other lady said,
She was wrong,
like
right?
kids, they get influenced
By
by
what?
older people. So if the teacher or the whoever is telling them, "Oh, this is, hey guys, we're learning about LGBTQ," well, then the kids are gonna be like, "Oh wow, now I'm required to be like." Did you not see in 2020 when they were all like, everyone had to be bisexual, right? Because
Who said that?
everybody, girl, they
Who's
were all.
everybody? I don't know everybody. Who's everybody?
Girl, look it up.
You made the claim.
Well, I can't leave the lab to go look it up, but
If you cannot bring the facts here, then I don't know why you're on the live.
what facts?
Fact. So like you said that everybody needed to be bisexual. Who
They
are we
all
talking?
wanted to.
Who wanted to be bisexual?
Girl. Bro. Oh my god. So, anyways, this is not about that. It's about in schools. What do you need to learn about that in school for? It's education. You're supposed to learn about
So it's
math
education
and
to know different
reading,
types of
science.
Yeah, school is not just for like these basic curriculars, right? School is for socialization. School is learning about different people. It's perfectly fine to educate that like other people exist, as well as the fact that these other types of people have contributed to society just like anyone else.
I'm not saying anything bad about these type of people.
I need you to tighten up, Sophia.
Tighten up what?
Tighten up.
Okay, anyways, as I said, there's no reason why you need to teach that in school. It's school for like
Yeah, it's cool for a reason. It means you got to learn, right?
yeah, you gotta
learn
learn.
about,
But what are you learning
learning
about that
about
for?
other
Like,
people.
how is that gonna help you in the future?
But learning that other types of people other than yourself exist. That there are people that are different than you.
It's irrelevant to
That doesn't.
school. Like, you don't go to
help
school to
you-
learn about
Yeah, you
LGBTQ. You
do.
go to school to learn how to do math, how to do blah blah blah. Like,
That's all you learned in school, Sophia. That's really sad. That's not a good school.
no, I learned reading. I learned how to read. I learned how to do science. I learned how to do math.
You didn't learn about socializing. You didn't learn how to talk to people. You didn't learn about communication, critical thinking. You didn't learn
Who
about any of
learns
that.
about that in school?
Me, I did.
Girl, I don't
That's-
know what school
that's
you
what-
went to. All right, whoever's in the comments, I just said art,
but-
history, music,
Sophia,
yeah,
if
the
you start
basic
reading
things.
the comments, Sophia, if you start reading the comments, you're not going to be on the live anymore.
Okay.
All right, so tighten up. Answer the questions.
I answered the question. Should LGBT be taught in schools? No.
You're giving child energy. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Anyway, y'all, keep tapping the screen, y'all. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. It's giving child energy. I wasn't doing that. It was nasally. It was weird. Hi, Felix. How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2004.
All right. So, what do you think about the topic up here?
I think we should. We definitely should, because, like,
Hey,
listen.
I'm looking for people who disagree. I love you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. If you want to talk more about it, you can hop into the Discord. I love to hear from people like that. But we are
Okay,
just looking for people who disagree right now. Thank you so much for coming up, Felix. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Remember to keep tapping the screen. Oh, like the actual conservative. I love that. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Keep sharing.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, what's up?
How are you doing?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 44.
You forgot your age for a second there? I'm sorry. I do that too.
No, I said I'm 44. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We definitely didn't have this bullshit in school when I was in school. But anyway,
You have a lot of things in school when you were in school because you're 44.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We did not. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. So why should we not teach children about the LGBTQ?
Why should we?
Because I feel like marginalized groups should
Wait,
be.
no, I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings.
But I'm still speaking.
Okay, go ahead. But your feelings don't matter. But anyway, go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Your feelings don't matter. I need hard facts.
Yeah, and I'm going to do that. So we're gonna tighten up, right? We're gonna tighten up. This is my life. You don't have to be up here.
Go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
Tighten it up, right?
All right, let's go. Yeah. Yeah, you told that to 2 children before, but go ahead. Go ahead.
And I'm about to treat you the same way, baby. All right. So again, I'm still going to base it off of like how my feelings are, right? Because I do believe in it, and there's also things to back it up as well, right? So we're going to go down that line. Thank you. Right. So I do believe that it is important to teach children about other marginalized groups and people who are not like them, who do not look like them, who do not have the same experience as them. Right. We know for a fact that teaching children about diverse groups of people or exposing them to different types of people makes them more likely to not display negative traits like implicit biases. Right. Like, for example, teaching children about Black people and like blacks in like slavery and discrimination and things like that. They were able to do. There was a study where they had 2 focus groups where they had a young group of like white and Black children, and then you had another group of like the same type of demographic, and one group was given a lesson that included small things about Black people and their experiences, and then the other group wasn't. And they found in the group that displayed in the group that had the lesson that included the Black people, they showed like less implicit biases than the group that was not, right? And this is the same thing that applies for any type of education. It helps to normalize these people within society. They are people just like anyone else, and they have contributed to history and the way that we are just like anyone else. And there's no reason for them to be omitted. There's no reason other than homophobia and transphobia and phobia.
I'm sorry if I heard you correctly. You said there were 2 groups of people that were exposed to things to
They were given
curricula,
lessons that
curricula. But wait a minute. You said they were both white and black, and they were exposed to the same curricula, and
they were exposed to the same lesson. Just one lesson included like little things about black people.
like what specifically?
I'm not sure. I need to find my document.
Okay, so a group of white and black students, Americans, I'm assuming they're all in America, so two groups of students of white and black Americans, those are exactly the same, were exposed to what curricula? And what
They
was the
were
outcome?
given lessons. One included things about biases and racism, and then the other different. I mean, the other were different. The other didn't, right? And they found that the differences between these two groups is that the group that was exposed to the lesson about racism were less likely to portray implicit biases against black children.
Okay, let's just say that was. Can we say that's just in college, in higher education?
These were children.
Okay, all right, in children. How did that benefit? Define. All right, let me start over. Define children.
Define children? Well, particularly children, I believe, were between 8 years old and 12.
Okay, all right. So, can you give in the study that you're quoting, was there any benefit to those children when they became adults?
I'm not sure, but like they were less racist.
Oh, okay, all right.
They displayed less racism. That is the benefit.
Oh, okay, all right. Was this an extracurricular?
Oh my goodness,
study?
it was a focus group, right? It was a focus group. They had two different groups. One group was given a lesson that included racism, just a small excerpt, and then the other one was given a lesson, the same exact lesson that did not include it. When they put the groups and they had them socialize with each other, they found that the white tea children that were given the lesson that included the things about racism and injustice and things like that, they displayed less implicit biases. They displayed less racism than the children who were not.
Okay, all right. So we're moving on. All right, we got that, and that was 8 to 12.
I believe so.
All right. Were there any other studies done after the 8 to 12 year old group?
How many do you want? Because are you going to concede that it helps? How many do you want? Because I know I've debated a lot of people and this whole thing. Do you have another one? Do you have another one? Do you have another one? No. Tell me how many do you want?
I mean, I would think that 8 to 12.
Are you going to give me a study on why this harms children? Are you going to give me a study on why this shouldn't be the case? Because I gave you a source. So let's go.
No, ma'am. I'm just asking
So
how
give me a source. Give me a source where it doesn't work, okay?
Can I talk?
No, give me a source.
All right, you gonna cut me off?
I need you to give me a source.
I'm just pointing out.
If you want to keep steamrolling and like, give me another source, give me another source, give me another source, give me another source. Like I can.
I'm just trying. If I can speak, I'm just pointing out how 8 to 12-year-olds. What are they? Are they impressionable at all?
They can be impressionable. Yeah.
Okay. So all right. All right. Thank you very much. So, should the thing that's a little percentage of everybody be taught to these 8 to 12-year-olds? Excuse me.
Should we not learn about black people?
I asked you a very specific question.
And I'm asking you a very specific question because black people only take up a very small amount of the U.S. So, like, should we teach people?
That's not what you have above your head, though. That's
But no,
not what you have above
I'm
your
just
head.
asking to see because I see where your argument is going. So I'm asking
Yeah,
to
yeah.
see if you're going to follow the same logic here. Because if you care about if population is what makes something important, then we shouldn't care about like injustices against black people. We shouldn't learn about black people. It's just not important, because we only take up like what 10% of the population, 11%.
Well,
Thank you for the follow.
if you were in the Democrat, if we were still in the Democrat South during Jim Crow in the previous eras, I would agree with you 100%.
You don't think that there's systematic oppression right? 13. I'm sorry, Jessica. You don't think that there's systematic oppression right now?
No.
Okay, that's another can of worms. But anyway, but yeah. So are you going to give a source as to how?
What? You just asked me a question. Are you going to give me a source?
Source for what?
For systematic oppression.
I don't feel like getting into that right now. 'Cause that's not
Okay.
what we're talking about.
All right. All right. Okay. I got that. All right. Okay. You could just say no, and we can move on to something else.
No, I don't feel like getting into that right now. That's not really
Okay.
relevant.
Okay. All right. So, will you admit that 8 to 12-year-olds are very impressionable by their older peers?
They're impressionable by anyone.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Like teachers?
Through their teachers, their peers, their parents, their siblings.
All right.
By people around them, media.
All right. So, why should we be talking about a very small minority of Americans to, you said, taught in schools 18 all right. So when should it be taught in schools? That was 18 plus to join. I misread it.
When should children learn about the LGBTQ? They should know that.
When should they learn about sex?
Like I think sex ed should extend like pretty much a child's whole life, really, right? But we're talking about.
All right. So what's a child? What's a child? What's a child?
I'm still speaking. So when we're talking about things like intercourse, I think that like we can delegate that to like around like middle school. But sex ed includes things like learning about consent. It learns about boundaries, right? So if we're that is also sex ed. Thank you, Sherry, for the.
Oh yeah, yes, consent and boundaries.
Learn about that.
100% agree. We can take that down to bad touch, good touch. 100%.
It's also consent and boundaries.
Okay, so bad touch, good touch. At what age?
Bad touch, good touch.
Okay, so at what age is consent? I'm assuming you're talking about
consent.
I'm assuming you're talking about consent to sex, but anyway, go ahead.
You can consent to many other things, right? If you ask me for a hug,
bad touch, good touch.
No, if you ask me for a hug, and I said no, I don't want to give you a hug, I am not giving you I'm not giving you consent to hug me. Consent is not just about sex. Consent is about physical boundaries.
Okay, so that's bad touch, good touch. Okay.
No, it's not, because it extends beyond that as well. But here's the thing, though. Children need to learn about consent like from the jump.
Okay, like sitting on Santa Claus's lap.
Sitting on anyone's lap.
Okay, all right, agreed.
Yeah, so that's still like sex education as well.
Okay, so they should learn. I mean, let's just say in this mythical world, they should learn about it from a very young age. They're consenting or not consenting to sit on a man's lap, Santa Claus.
Even on a woman's lap. I don't know why we're specifying men. That's weird. It's weird on your part.
Santa Claus is a man.
Yeah, but he also has a wife.
Okay, who goes to the mall to sit on Mrs. Claus's lap? Did you?
I don't know. You specified the gender, and it's really not like relevant. I don't know why you specified the gender.
Because Santa Claus is a man.
Yeah, but it's not really relevant in all this.
Okay. All right. So what point should these children learn that there's a difference between a man and a woman?
Children already know.
Okay, all right. Very good, very good, very good, very good. So at what point at what age should it start being bended and twisted to meet the modern agenda?
What do you mean?
As far as schools,
What are you talking about? Give an example.
outside of hermaphrodites,
Stop saying that word. Do not say that fucking word again.
at what age?
Excuse me. Do not say that word again. Do you understand?
I didn't say it again. At what age? At what age should
Thank you for the follow.
children? I'm sorry.
I'm saying thank you for the follow, but I'm saying do not say that fucking word again. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I said I understand the first
Didn't.
time
Just
you
say-
asked
just
me,
say- just
and
say-
you
just make
asked
sure
me
we
3
understand.
more
Just make
fucking
sure we
times.
understand, conservative. Just make sure we understand. Just say intersex. Do not say that word. That is not your
No,
words.
no. There's no in between.
There is no. That is not your.
Yes,
word.
there is no in between.
I'm telling you, do not use that
Gender
word.
dysphoria is
What are you
not
talking about? That
the
has nothing to do with
same.
intersex people. That has nothing to do with intersex people. I'm saying do not use that word. It can be a slur. Don't say it.
Okay. All right. At what age should children be taught that that word is something that's physical and the things that are in people's mind is a disorder? At what age?
Disorders are in the mind.
What age?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so the word, you know exactly
What word? What
the
word?
the word that you told me not to repeat again after
The
I said
H
it
word?
once. Yes. Okay. All right. At
Yeah, I
what-
think they should be taught like that is not a that's an outdated word that not everyone uses.
oh,
And
that's an outdated word. It's not a actual scientific fact.
I didn't say that it wasn't a scientific fact. I said
Okay.
it
All right. Okay. So it is a scientific fact, correct?
I didn't say that it wasn't.
Okay. Is it a scientific fact?
I didn't say that it wasn't.
Okay. Yes or no answer?
The fact that intersex people exist?
Is that what y'all call them
That
nowadays?
is what that is called.
Okay,
Right?
okay, all right. At what age should children be addressed by public taxpayer-funded teachers to know that, okay, there's the line right there. That's the line, okay? All right, we're going to draw the line right there.
Draw what line? Line on what? I could smell that. That was crazy.
That's fine. Okay, so what do you call it?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The word that you said
You mean
three times.
that word refers to
Hermaphrodite. Yes, a fucking hermaphrodite.
Yeah, I'm not doing this again.
Yeah, you're a coward.
You gotta go. You gotta go. I don't that wasn't even what I was talking about. That's literally not even what I knew what he was talking about. But he's talking about teachers and taxpayer dollars as if I don't also pay taxes. But anyway, let's go on to the next person. Don't say that word, Mod. If you see that word in the comments, get him out. But anyway, let's go on to the next person. Y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Y'all. Let's see what Isaac has to say. It was a word that was previously used, but it's an outdated word, and it's just not. Some people like prefer to call themselves that, but it's like an autistic person calling themselves the R slur to me. Like, it's weird, and especially when you yourself are not a part of that community, it's a very strange thing to do. So just don't use that word. Anyway, y'all. As Isaac, how old are you?
I'm 23 tomorrow.
What year were you born?
2000.
All right. What do you think about the topic up here?
I'm a little confused about it. What exactly is it asking? Like LGBTQ history, or like
Like,
Well, even in the history that is being taught in schools today, there are LGBTQ figures that are omitted from it, and they should not be omitted.
I agree with that. I feel like if you do something good throughout history and it's good enough to be in history books, it doesn't matter if you're gay or not. You did that, either you would have did that whether you were straight or bisexual or gay or whatever. But yeah,
If you
yeah.
don't disagree, we'll go on to the next person. But if you don't disagree, that's fine. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. In the meantime, y'all keep tapping that screen. Why did Paris Hilton say that we need to talk? Paris Hilton, oh my God. Hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
So good. How are you? How old are you, really quickly?
What would you say?
How old are you?
I am 18. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm 48.
You're 48.
I'm 48, my dear.
Mm-hmm. So what you up here for? What's up, Paris?
So I seen on your little chalkboard here, it says, should LGBTQ be taught in schools? I think yes. My son is LGBTQ plus, and I think it's okay.
Paris.
Yes, my dear.
Why does your bio say 15? Paris, I think, you know what? You don't disagree. W. Paris Hilton in the bio, y'all. W. Paris Hilton in the bio. They didn't disagree. But let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go to Wes. Edith, I don't even know. But yeah, let's see if this person is loading in here. It doesn't seem like they're loading in. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's see. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Remember, in the meantime, y'all keep tapping the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Y'all. I'm just gonna pick randomly. Go dirty. See if they load in. Oops, boop. Oh, my phone. Why aren't people loading in? Let's go on to the next person, y'all. This person's not loading in. Just give it a second, y'all. We will get some debates running. Y'all. In the meantime, y'all keep tapping the screen, follow the account, and subscribe. It helps you come on here every single day, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
You can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm 23, but I agree at a certain point. So
what's the point?
You gonna drop me?
I mean, it depends on what the point is.
I would say like 8 through 12, like high school, middle school.
What do you think that this question is asking, really quickly?
Should LGBTQ be taught in school?
And what would that look like to you?
I mean, transgender, things like in that sort. I can't even see anything.
You can't see me? Okay. It seems like they're having some issues, chat. They just left. All right, so peace. Okay, so we're gonna go on to the next person. Yeah, we're gonna go on to the next person. Just give it a second. We are just gonna get some debates running. Y'all. Let's go to subside. See if they load in. In the meantime, y'all keep tapping the screen. Remember to share the live. Follow my account. Turn on the bell. I come on here every single day at 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's like 10 p.m. over here, so we have like an hour left on the live, y'all. Hi, subside. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 27.
All right. So what do you think about the topic up here?
Honestly, I feel like it should be the same way like how you have it written up there, 18 and plus, so after high school. The only reason why, like, I'll say, because safe sex isn't individual. Everyone needs to know safe sex.
We're not talking about
No,
sex.
but that's not
This does not say sex ed.
okay. But when it comes to the LGBT, like the history of it being taught in schools, I don't even think straight doesn't even matter. I'm straight.
Yes,
But being straight doesn't even matter in history.
Yes, it does. It gets
The
taught.
thing is,
Yes, it does.
it really doesn't.
It really
And the
does.
thing why
You wouldn't notice though because you're a part of the group. It's a privilege.
No, the reason why I say it don't matter because when I served in the military, and what we had to deal with, like, I didn't really care about who was around me. What I cared about is, are
Gay
you
people
willing
can't
to
even be
fight
in the
along
military.
my side?
Trans people can't even be in the
Huh?
military. They can't be out loud and proud in the military. So if we're gonna talk
Yes,
about history,
yes, they can.
you
I
saying
have
that you
3
were in the
battle buddies that
military
are
is going to
trans.
prove the point.
No, I have 3 battle buddies that are transitioned.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. They cannot be out loud and proud in the
So,
military.
but that's what I'm saying. They're that 2 of them are still serving. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know what you're talking about, but 2 of them are still serving. But the thing is that I care about who fights along my side, and that's the thing. You could be anything and everything. So the fact of is, pretty much every name that gets put into a stone wall or has been put into a grave that is along with military has nothing to do with sex. And that's where my point is, where it's like, in all reality, that does not matter. The whole
What are you
point
talking
is, what did you do for the people? Because
What are
you could be
what are you
straight,
talking
you could be
about?
gay, you could be lesbian, you could be
What are you
anything.
talking about?
The
What are you talking
history,
about?
what I'm
You
talking
think we
about,
should
what I'm
just you
talking
think
about
we should
is
just
the
teach about you think
history.
are you or do you think this question means we should just
What
teach
I'm
about gay
talking
people for the
about,
sake of
what
teaching
I'm
about gay
talking
people?
about is the history. What I'm talking about is the history of, like, let's say America, the history of America, because we're in America. The history of America, the only things that should be taught are what was productive for us.
Yeah, so it's
It doesn't
diversity
matter
inclusion
really who,
productive for the US.
and the reason why it's like, it
You can
doesn't
answer the
matter
question.
who.
Are you going to answer my question? Because it doesn't matter.
Like, did you have a choice? Did you have a choice before you were born to come out what you were?
Nope.
Okay, so neither did I. Neither did every single person that came and did
Yeah, but
something for the greater good of America.
you're like yapping right now, dude. Like you're not really making a point.
Am I? And my
Yeah.
whole point is, it
Because like
doesn't
I don't
matter,
know,
and we
like
shouldn't learn it
what do you
because it's
think
not individual.
LGBT
It's not. Look, LGBTQ is all individual sexes. Okay, they're not all the same.
No,
So
they're
it's
not.
like,
No, it's not.
you're saying they're all the same. So
They're not
when was the
sexist.
T the same as the L?
They're not sexist.
The sexual preferences.
Not even. It's not even.
What are they then?
Their identities.
Yeah. Okay. Sexual identities.
So like, does being transgender mean that I have a sexual preference?
I mean, in a way, it does.
No, it doesn't.
In a way, it does. Like, because,
In
okay,
what way?
cool. If
In
you
what way?
transition to become a man,
In what?
what would you be going
In what
after?
way?
I'm just gonna ask you personally, what would you go after if you decided to transition?
What did you say?
What if you decided to transition, what would you go after?
I won't be able to transition.
That's why it's a hypothetical. If you were deciding to transition, because you asked me a question, I'm trying to answer it, and now you're making, like, I can't answer it. So if you transition, who would you go after is what makes it individual. Because
Nope.
it could be a man, it could be a woman,
I
it
could
could
end
be
up being a
someone else that is
transgender man.
transgender.
I could if I transitioned, right? If I was trans and I was a transgender man, and I could still be attracted to men. It has nothing to do with your like sexual preference.
Yes. So then you would be a transgender person that is attracted to men. That is your identity, which is your individual. But no, but that means that is your individual identity, correct?
Yeah, but what is the relevance of this to what we're talking about? Why am I blurred?
The relevance of it is, even though that's your individual identity, no one's gonna put your name anywhere. No one's gonna teach anything about you unless you do something for somebody.
So like, do you think that like teaching about the fact that like LGBTQ people exist is like, do you think they're just gonna teach you about like random LGBTQ people? Like, what do you even think the argument is?
They've always been around. It's just some people
Yeah, but
find out after high school, some people find out in high school,
that's not.
some people
Yeah,
find out everywhere.
but you shouldn't have to just find out later in life that an
But the
entire
thing is, that's the way it is. Like some people
So you
find
think
out
just
about
because
things
something
about
is the
other
way that
things.
it no, you think just because something is the way that it is, then it ought to be that way?
So then, do you believe that we should all just be blanket across the nation,
What?
or
What do you
should
mean?
we all have our own
What does that have to do?
our
Why
own
do
differences?
you keep pivoting?
What? I'm not pivoting. I'm literally in the conversation with you.
No, you're not. You're literally not. Every time I make a point, you keep going on to another point, right? I'm not talking about
No,
like being a
it's
gender
the
abolition.
same point.
But
It's
you
the
are
same
not.
point.
You're not even arguing. You're not even arguing against what I'm talking about here.
I literally said that it shouldn't matter. And the thing is, when it comes to even getting into someone's personal sexual identity, like, to me, that doesn't, I don't care what you do. What I care about is what you do for us as a people. So it's like, if
What do
you're
you?
not
So
doing
again, you're
nothing,
yapping right now, dude, because you don't know what you're
no, I'm
talking about.
not. No, I'm
Yeah, you
not. We're
are.
talking about your
I'm
question.
gonna
I'm
explain to
answering
you.
your
I'm going to
question.
explain to you the argument, right? I'm going to explain to you the argument.
Okay.
So in education, right, when we talk about certain political figures or historical figures, we for some reason always omit the fact that they were a part of the LGBTQIA community, and that is a problem. They are omitted from history. And again, do you know who Nat Turner is?
Not really. I don't.
Do
I
you
don't
know
know
who
much about
MLK is?
who is.
Do you know who MLK is?
Of course, I
Okay,
had a
so
dream.
okay. So, would you be able to fully understand why MLK made the decisions that he made, why he believed the things that he believed, if it was omitted from you that he was a black man in America?
I mean, I feel like it'd be pushed more if he was white, but when
That's
it
not the
comes to
question that I
being,
asked.
but the thing is, he'd be pushed more if he was white. But
That's not the question that I asked you.
the fact that he was black and
That's
like
not the
how many
question that I
people,
asked.
no, the fact that he was black and how many pushed behind him, I don't really know what it would have been
That
like
is
if he
not
was
the
Asian.
question that I asked you.
Can I
I
talk,
said,
please?
would you be able to understand why he did the things that he did, why he had the beliefs that he had, if he also did not know that he was a black American man?
Yes, I would know.
You would understand. You would understand heavily, full color, why he began that movement if you didn't know that he was a black man. You would understand.
Yes. Yes, I do, because
Really.
we all have our own individual understandings of things. I may have more extensive understanding of this certain subject of without race
What are you
versus others.
talking about, dude? What are
I'm
you
talking
talking about?
about my own knowledge. My own knowledge, yes. You can't tell me about how I would empathize in someone's situation. I've been through my
This is
own.
not about empathy. This is about the fact
That's
that he is a
exactly what
part
it
of a
is. That's
specific.
exactly what you asked me. Would I be
No,
able
this
to
is a
understand
no.
him and what he
Literally no.
started? That's
This is
literally
the
the
part.
definition of empathy.
Subside. What the example that I'm giving is that he is a part of a specific group that happened to be
Yeah.
oppressed, and the fact that he was a part of this oppressed group shaped who he became in the future, right? The experience that he had because the experiences that he had because he was a part of this oppressed group shaped who he was in the future, shaped the decisions that he made, shaped the his outlook on the world, right? By
So
not
you
knowing that,
understand. So
you
you
will not
understand all that
understand
just because
why
you're
he
black.
did the things that he did.
So you understand all that, and you feel all that, all the struggle that he did because you're a part of his culture,
It's not
correct?
about feeling, it's about context.
Then you don't need to be black to understand context.
I didn't say that you needed to be black.
You literally, you did. Then what is your whole argument about? Like, what is this whole thing about then?
I'm saying thank you, Sarah, for the roses. I'm saying that if you are going to learn about historical figures, you are going to need to learn about who they were and why they were
Okay.
the way that they were, the beliefs that they had, the traits that they had. If we did not understand that that MLK was a part of the oppressed group that he was fighting for, we wouldn't have a full understanding as to why he was even fighting in the first place.
So then, do you understand Abraham Lincoln? No, because you're not part of the culture. Do you understand George
That has
Washington?
nothing to
No,
do with
because
what,
you're
like,
not of the
what do
culture.
you
Yes,
mean?
it does. You're talking about
Understand
me
what about
understanding the
Abraham Lincoln?
context. You're trying
Understand
to
what?
tell me about understanding the context
Subside.
of what somebody's whole point of starting something was. Why did
Exactly.
George
So what
Washington even start?
exactly? No,
Why did he start?
you're
Why did
not
he
following.
start with
You're not
as a
tracking.
leadership in the revolution to start America in the first place? If we're talking about being of a culture and then also understanding what they got going on,
I
that's
had
called
nothing.
empathy
I didn't
with
say anything
understanding.
about being of the culture. That had nothing to do
Then
with it.
then then why are you saying I can't talk on anything if I'm not a part of the culture? You're saying if I'm not black, I wouldn't be able to understand
I
MLK to the
never
fullest
said
full colors.
anything about a person's race. I never
You
said anything.
literally, that's how we got to MLK in the first place.
No, I didn't say anything about
Yes.
you needing to be a part of that culture.
So
Hey, sir.
then, yes, you did, because when I said that I could fully understand why he started that movement and not be black, I said
No,
that
no, no.
earlier, and you denied it, and now you're
Here's
denying it
why.
again.
Subside. here's why you can understand, right? I'd assume that you are also a black man, right?
Yes, obviously.
You are a black man. So when you hear that MLK, and I assume
That's
that
empathy,
you understand.
empathy,
Wait a minute. You
empathy.
cannot subside. You cannot listen when you are speaking, right?
Same with you.
I would assume that as a black man, you would understand the struggles of black people, especially black men in this country.
Why?
Would you
Tell me
understand
why.
that? No, I'm
No,
asking, would you
but what I'm
understand?
saying,
Subside.
is, can
Answer.
you tell me why everyone needs to
Subside.
understand our struggles?
Answer the question. If you are a part of a specific group of people, you yourself would understand the struggles of that particular group. Would you agree?
No, I would not agree. And the only reason why is I'm not saying I wouldn't, I'm saying literally this. If you went and got a college degree, a lot of other people have college degrees. Now, are they of same intelligence as you?
No, that is not the point that I was making.
Okay, so just because I'm black, you're black, you might have a higher understanding of
No,
MLK.
but you know
I might
what
have a higher
you know what
understanding
all
of
college
MLK. But the
graduates
thing
can
is,
relate to?
just
You know
because
what
some
most,
Asian
no,
dude
subside.
or
Let's
somebody
get
else that
specific.
happens not
Let's
to
get
be black
specific.
may understand his meaning more.
Subside.
Look,
First of all,
why was look, how about we go to Huey Newton then? How about we go to Huey?
I'm muting you. I never made that argument. I never made the argument that you need to be a part of the group in order to understand these specific parts. I never made that argument. What I was talking about, first of all, even in the example that you gave, in which you were talking about people in college can all understand the experience of like the difficulties of college, the difficulties of like dealing with professors, the difficulties of like being broke during college. Like intelligence is always going to vary, but the general experiences of college students is pretty consistent, right? And so if I was a college student and you were a college student, you would understand these experiences. That is my point. But you don't even necessarily need to be a college student to understand that being in college is difficult. That is my point. You do not need to necessarily be a part of the group to understand the plight of said group. This is like, it's just learning history. So can you can unmute, but
I understand what you're saying, but
what did I
when
just
it
say? If you understand,
no, I understand everything you said, but
if you
you're already
understand, can you
wrong
say it
about
back
the
to me,
college.
please? Can you say it
Here's
back
the
to me?
thing. You're
No,
wrong about the college
subside.
situation.
Can you say what I said back to you, please, in your own words,
You
if you
said
understand?
that you said that you understand that everyone has their own experience in college, but at the same time, there's a blanket experience of brokenness, there's a blanket experience of struggle, and there's going to be a blanket experience of this and that. But at the same time, everyone's individual experience in college is different. Mine and yours will be different. Why?
Of
Because I
course.
didn't look. I didn't go
That's
to
not the
college
argument that
at
I'm making.
18.
Subside.
But
That is not the
so
argument that
then,
I'm making.
so may you please
Right?
elaborate more,
Of
please?
course, you are not going to have the exact same experiences as MLK, but the common trait that the two of you have is that you are black men in America, and because of that trait, you experience similar like types of racism, that system. Like you, this is what I'm talking about. Because of that trait, there are some blanket experiences that a lot of people can relate to.
I mean,
But
yeah,
you don't even
obviously, but
necessarily have to be of that group in order to understand this.
I mean, I'm sure for a fact, that a lot of like, cause I'm in the north part of America, where it's like more subtle, where it's like our experience of racism, my experience personally of racism has been more subtle. Okay, now when I found myself out south on the south side of this country, who is a little more blatant. Okay, but the thing is that like that's yes a blanket experience that I'm sure some people can relate to as a black male in this country. But at the same time, just because he experienced getting locked up or I experienced
I'm not
getting
talking
locked up
about these specific experiences. I'm talking about
but
just like general things in life.
that's what I'm saying is
Yeah, but that's not
MLK
what
had
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You're trumping.
MLK had an experience to the point of this is my context and understanding of MLK. This is just my personal one, okay? So my understanding of MLK is he has seen some kind of violence throughout his childhood or before he became who he was that traumatized him and pushed him into a point of peace, okay, where he wanted peace amongst the masses because of
Not always.
something that I don't know exactly what happened. But he was the first one that strived so hard to go with, I want everyone to hold hands and I dream of this day to happen, and that's what I believe in. Now, when we push off to the other leaders that were kind of pushing for
What are you
unity,
talking
but they
about?
were pushing,
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about my understanding of MLK. I said it when I started.
Yeah, first of all, MLK gave up on the whole peaceful stuff like a little bit a while after before the end of the civil rights movement. He did not always
Yeah,
he
he
did not
did
always value
because of
peace. He
he
got
did
really
he
he
did
got he got tired of peace really fast.
he did because of people like Malcolm X
No,
and people like
it was
Huey
not because
Newton.
of people like Malcolm X.
And
It was not because
matter
of
of fact,
Malcolm X.
do you know
They
a
weren't even
crazy
they weren't
fact?
even wait, no, subside. I'm speaking. They weren't even friends like that.
Wow,
They didn't even know each other like that. They disagreed
okay.
heavily. But here's the thing,
But
subside.
here's the thing.
You're
You
yapping right now. Like you are addressing
okay?
points I
Would
never
you like
made.
to know? Would you like to know a
No, I
wild
don't.
fact?
No, I don't. Because
So the biggest.
you're not grasping like what I'm saying. Again, I
What are you
never said
saying? How did
stop
what
talking.
I'm trying to
Stop
understand is how did we
talking.
get to race?
Stop
So
talking.
you can just
Stop.
trump over me.
Stop talking.
I'll let you. You got it, coach.
My point is that you do not need to be, first of all, I'm addressing all the straw man points that you made. You do not need to be a part of the group to understand the plight of the group, right? Also, my point is that we would not be able to understand why MLK was who he was if we did not also understand that he was a black man in America. That is my point. I'm not comparing race to like gender identity or sexuality. I'm comparing the fact that these are two oppressed groups and those experiences as oppressed groups shape who they are and shape the decisions that they make, and it shapes their outlook on the world. Right?
Okay,
So when
so
we're talking about historical figures who are a part of the LGBTQ, right? We need to include these facts. We need to include their identity. We need to include their beliefs.
so then
Else we're not
who
going to understand the full context.
so then who is the person you were speaking on earlier that you were saying was standing next to him or was helping them build this?
I always forget his name. It's such a funny looking name, I'm not going to lie. I always forget their name. Let me see. Bayard Rustin.
Okay. So how much of a history lesson can you give us on him?
Everything that included MLK, he played a huge part in the civil rights movement when it comes to like when it comes to planning some of like the biggest examples like of MLK. Oh, wow, Julie. When it comes to planning some of the biggest displays of like MLK's like peaceful protests and all these kind of things, it was planned by Bayard, I mean.
Okay, so
It was
I
planned by him.
see. How come you're not a history teacher then?
I don't want to be a teacher.
Why not though?
Stop talking to me about this.
The only reason why I ask is because it's like
I don't know how to
you definitely gave a fact that I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know. I can't really
Yeah,
say it.
he's
David
omitted
was
from all of the history. It's omitted from all of the history, and it's a problem.
so David. Okay,
And he was the reason why MLK was like able to bring together so many people.
so which person or which group do you relate to the most between MLK's group, Malcolm X's group,
I'm
or
both
Huey
at the
P.
same
or
time.
Huey P. Newton's group?
What is the relevance of this?
The relevance of this is
Thank you for the cap.
when it comes the relevance is out of all their groups, right? They all push for their causes And at the end of the day, the only reason why we know MLK was straight was because most of the people here are straight. That or back then they were just
Not how
that.
we know.
That's not how
That's not how we know.
we know who his
I
wife
mean, how can you not assume he was
He
straight?
was married to a woman. At the very
And
least, we
that's what
knew
I'm
that he
saying.
was
So we
attracted to
assume
women,
he's straight.
and we also
So
knew
we
he
assume
cheated.
he's straight.
Subside. He cheated on her a lot as well too, with other women.
So did. So did with other women.
Exactly. So
So
we at
did.
the very
Straight as
least
shit.
know that he liked women.
Yes, yes, and that's what I'm saying. So we can
Exactly.
assume he really liked women. He was straight. Okay. But
Okay.
what does that have to do with the movement that he had or why he started? What does that have to do with it? We no one really cared about
it
he was
doesn't, and
cheating
you
or none of
know it
that until
anyway.
someone hating
It
on MLK
doesn't.
tried
That's
to
the
spew some
point.
shit out.
Good night.
Like I didn't even find out he cheated until I was an adult.
Oh, okay, but we still knew that he had a wife. The point is, it
Yeah,
had
yeah, we
nothing to
all
do with.
did.
I'm still.
Subside.
The point is that we know that it has nothing to do with his fight for black rights. Yet we still know about it. We still know he had the wife. We still know
Okay,
that he
because
cheated.
yes, of course we do. I mean, who's that standing next to him in his pictures? The woman. Who is that? That's what people are gonna
Exactly. So
ask.
what does that
That's the
imply?
point.
Like we know
But
what it
still,
implies, and we talk about her all the time,
so
and yet it's
but
not
the thing
really
is,
relevant to the entire story.
is like, who really like? How does that affect his? What if he was single? What if he was single? What would that really affect anything? Like that's what I'm saying. Like it
It's not
really
about affecting.
doesn't
No, 'cause I'm gonna
change
make this point.
anything.
I'm gonna make this point because it seems like people don't understand. Oh, whoops! It seems like people truly don't understand, right? Like straight people are not oppressed. Let's get that out the way, right? Straight people are not oppressed. The part of himself that was oppressed was the fact that he was black. That is the relevant part. That changes the way that he views the world, right? Also, we know that he was not trans, right? Right? We know that he was not necessarily we know that he's not a part of the LGBTQ, right? Those things did not affect him. Those things did not shape his decision making, right? But the fact that he was black and experienced a certain type of treatment because of that tells us that it shaped his decision making. Like that's what that is the relevance. That's what he's for. He's not fighting for black rights because he was a straight man. He was fighting for black rights because he was also black and experienced it firsthand.
Yeah, where there are a lot more black people, just regular like they're not. I'm not gonna say regular. I take that word back. But there was just a lot more heterosexual people around him, so they weren't focused on that either. Where it's like, okay, that's his
They weren't focused on
individual
that because
focus.
people are homophobic. They weren't focused on it because people typically don't think about people within the LGBTQ. They don't consider them in decision making.
Oh, people look, even people
Queer
just
rights were under threat at the very same time.
everyone is going through their own versions of things. Okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure for a fact, David, I believe, was David, what's his name?
Bayard?
Bayard, yeah, David Bayard, my bad. But I believe Bayard's experience back then was hostility from African Americans and also hostility from the society in whole. Yes, it was
Exactly.
double
Do you not
down tough.
think that those experiences
But
shaped who he was and why he was the way that he was? And why
yes,
he did
he became one of the most strategic people
How do you know
to
that? You didn't even know
assist.
who he was beforehand, right? We
Well,
don't get taught about
you
him in
taught
school.
me. You literally told me who he
Exactly, but
was.
we don't
So
but in
off
the
of
curriculum we don't get taught about him, right? We don't get taught about him for some reason. Why do you think
but
that is?
the thing is now I know. And so with me knowing Bayard, that is last the first name.
Oh no, it's Bayard Rustin.
Okay, me knowing Bayard Rustin now, right? You have now informed me about this name. I can write this. Matter of fact, I will write this down. But I can go now on my personal self and go find out about him. And now you just spreaded knowledge about him. And that's what I'm saying. Where it's like, okay, I found out at 27 about some guy named Bayard Rustin, but at the same time, it's like you knew about them
You're
since I
yapping,
don't know
bro.
when.
It's like you're not even making a point, and I don't know how
My
you
whole
operate.
point is you
This
knew
is
about
not.
this guy.
This
I
is
just
not.
found out about
No, this is
27.
unacceptable.
It's the
No,
whole point
subside.
about
This is
how.
unacceptable.
It's
Do
the
you have
whole
anything
point.
else you want to talk about? Do you have anything
It's
else you
the
want to talk
whole point. It's the whole point of
about?
it
Do you have
don't
anything else
matter.
you want to talk about? Because I'm gonna move on to the next person.
Well, then I'll just finish this with saying no. It shouldn't be taught. It should be just like how you have it written, 18 plus. Go find out on your own.
That's cool. That's cool. All right, let's go on to the
I'm
next
going to
person
give you an
now.
example. Oh.
No, it's no. I can't. You can't. I can't do it. That actually drained me a little bit. Let's go on to the next person. Let's go on to the narrator. That just drained me. But yeah, in the meantime, y'all keep tapping the screen, y'all. Keep copying the link, keep sharing it live. And if you feel like a giving person, please follow me, turn on the bell. It tells you when I'm live every single day. I go live every single day from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. We have about 25 minutes left on the live, y'all. So yeah, how old are you, narrator?
30 plus.
Okay, so what do you think about the topic here?
I don't think it should be taught in schools.
Why is that?
Well, we have figured out math. We figured out social studies. We figured out these things, and that's why we teach them to other people. The LGBTQ plus seems to be changing up every day. They add a gender, they add a sexuality, and I mean, it would just be too hard to keep up with it, especially for the hard curriculum that our kids already have.
What do you mean?
Do you think
Like,
math and social studies doesn't change? Do you think that these like they change all the time? We get
I'm not,
updated information all the time.
I'm not saying that they don't. We figured out math. We have a grasp on math.
No, we didn't.
We have a. I'm talking about the people who teach it. They have
Do
a
you
grasp.
think no, they haven't. Do you think math is finished? Do you think they've completed it?
No, I just think that we know way more about math than we know about.
No, arguably we know more about like gender identity and people's internal perceptions than we do about like the concept of numbers and math. Like that's
Okay, well, I put it like this: you guys can't even agree on the same stuff when it comes. Okay, all right. So let's go down this.
Everyone in a group is not going to agree anyway, so that's not even a.
I understand, but I'm talking about on the scientific stuff. Can we have a conversation about the scientific part of this LGBTQ?
What scientific part do people not agree with?
We'll keep it in layman's terms. Can a female be a trans woman?
Can a female be a trans woman? No.
Right. So a female can. So that means that a female can only but a female can be a woman, correct?
A female can identify as a woman, yes.
Right. So that means that a trans woman is a type of male, right?
Typically.
Sure.
Yeah. Right. And a male can't be a female, correct?
I guess not.
I mean,
right.
A genotypic male can be a phenotypic female.
No, okay. Well,
what do you mean by female? Do you mean
can male be female?
Yeah, sure. You can have a genotypic male who is phenotypically female.
You can have
people, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of XX male syndrome?
I've heard of intersex male and intersex female, and I've heard of male and female.
This is a form of intersex.
Right. So like okay, so perfect. You put it there on intersex. So you can either be intersex male or intersex female, but there's only male and female.
Incorrect.
Okay, I'm going to let you know you're going to have more dominant traits of the other sex, and usually.
Not always.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I've seen some very fucking androgynous people.
Okay, so when these people are at birth, what do they write on their birth?
Some people have nothing on their listed as their sex. Some people have intersex listed as their sex.
Are you? And it'll say intersex male or intersex female. It won't just say intersex. Okay. All right. So, but that's besides the point that I was making. The point that I was making is on this app alone, you have trans women saying that they are not males. You have trans women saying that they are females. You have trans women saying that they are lesbians. You have trans women saying that they are, and they're saying that they're women. And but the thing is, they're not even agreeing with each other because if gender is a social construct and we are society, if we actually agreed that a trans woman was a woman, there wouldn't be 580 bills in Congress right now to push back against it.
Are you
What?
seriously implying that
That's the
laws
end
have
of
to
your
do with
point.
morality?
Well, I'm just no. What I'm saying is, if society accepted trans women to be women, then we wouldn't be pushing back the way that we're pushing back.
Man, if society accepted black women and men to be people, then we wouldn't have all these systematic oppressions, man. Oh my
Oh,
god.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's stuff is bad for a lot of people here. Yeah,
What does that
1,000%.
What does that have to do with their validity?
I'm not saying they're not valid. What I'm saying is, if gender is a social construct and society's not agreeing with what you say you are, then maybe, just maybe, since it's a social construct,
Are you black?
I am.
Society didn't think you were a person.
Right, and we have moved forward.
Yeah, we're gonna move forward with trans people.
Well, we'll see if that happens. But right now, there's a huge pushback on that social construct.
There was a huge pushback on black people being human.
I understand, and some things are more moral than others. But you got to understand that this stuff is a sexual preference. And when did a sexual preference become your identity?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, so being gay isn't a sexual preference.
Oh, I thought you meant like being
No,
trans.
Oh, I'm talking about lesbian, gay, bi, queer. That's not sexual preferences.
No, that's a sexual orientation.
So when did your sexual orientation become your identity?
When I realized I was being oppressed for it.
Because people are saying that they're getting gender affirming surgery to affirm their identity, or are they affirming their sexual preference?
What does that have to do with lesbians and bisexual people?
Because why are we teaching sexualities to children when sex is an adult thing?
It's not about
Sexuality
sex.
has nothing to do with intercourse.
Okay, all right. Do you know who the president Andrew Johnson is?
I need you to stop pivoting. What does sexuality mean?
Sexuality. You know what? I don't know. Could you give me the definition?
Hey, Sarah, you want to give him the definition?
Yeah, sure. I actually like to separate sexual orientation.
Oh no! Give me the definition, not your opinion.
I'm gonna preface it. Thank you.
You know, I don't trust your opinion. I don't know you.
I don't give a fuck what you want. You're gonna get your answer.
I thought somebody was gonna look it up so we couldn't.
Answer. You're going to get your answer.
Hot dog, I don't know who you talking to, bro. I'm not that black guy though.
Talking to.
Okay, I'm not gonna play.
Stop threatening people over the internet.
Right? No, I'm just saying. I don't know who he thinks he's talking to. He's not gonna get the cursing. I'm not gonna get out of. No, I'm telling him to stop cursing because I'm not gonna get out of character. I know how to.
You can leave the live, but you're not gonna fight him.
No, I know how to control my emotions. I'm just letting them know I'm not that black guy. I told him that
Chill out.
I'm chill.
Chill out. Tighten up. Because you're not gonna do nothing, right?
Right, I'm not. I'm not that black guy that's gonna sit here and curse at another person on a live.
So that's what I'm about to do, right? They're going to speak how they want to speak, and you're not going to do anything. Like, I'm confused.
He talks like my auntie. That's no problem. It's okay.
That's cool and all, but like, don't.
Get over
It's
it.
not the streets, bro. Chill out.
I'm not.
I like to separate. I'm just gonna.
Auntie, that's all. I'm not gonna curse at you, bro. I'm too much of a man to do that. Go ahead.
I'm gonna talk over you.
Okay, go ahead.
So I like to separate sexuality and sexual orientation. Sexual orientation is who you want to end up with. Sexuality is what you like in bed. You can be gay and be asexual. So it's not about sex itself. It's about, like, if you've ever had a crush in middle school, was it a boy or was it a girl? Or did you have a crush on a boy and a girl? That's more what sexual orientation is. Sexuality is, do you like to be tied down? Do you like to get yours? Right?
Okay, I get it.
Sexuality is. We can separate those two.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So when did your sexual orientation become your identity?
When I realized I was being oppressed for it.
That's when it became your identity?
What is your definition of identity? What does that mean?
The thing that defines you.
When did becoming black become your, like, when did being black become your identity?
That's not my identity.
Exactly. So what are you talking about?
The thing that defines you. Being black doesn't define me.
Yeah, and being bisexual doesn't define me.
Well, I can't tell. You guys are saying your identity, identity. You have to be careful what words you're using.
Are you
gender
like
identity and like sexual identity are like
Identity,
like it's not
period.
like I'm walking around like no, because you're using these words in a different context.
Am I?
When we're using identity, it's just a title that we have. But when you're using
Mhm.
it, it's like we're walking around with it on our shoulder, and it's not like that.
Got you. Got you. Okay, I apologize if I made it look like that. So my last question is, since you told me that a female can't be a trans woman, that means that a trans woman is a type of male because it can only
Yes.
be.
No
Okay,
one
so
no one denies
so
that.
so that means that I can be a trans lesbian myself.
Yep. Yep.
And what are the basis for that?
you would have to be a
You're a
woman
woman who likes women.
or
I'm
a non-binary person who likes non-binary people?
so I can be a woman who likes women inside of a male body, and you guys would accept that?
Yep.
Do you see the issue with what's going on?
Nope.
No.
That anybody can say that they're anything, because I can't say that.
No one says that they're anything.
Well, I can't put on
People are who
scrubs.
they are.
I can't put on scrubs and put on a mask and walk into a hospital with gloves on and try to do surgery just because I look like a surgeon.
There are specific things that you need to do in order to be able to
Exactly. There are specific things that you need to have to be a certain thing, right?
That's why you can't. Yeah, but there's no specific thing that you need to do to be a woman other than have that internal perception.
No, actually, a woman is it was originally
What is a
the
woman?
gender. It was originally the sex that could bear offspring. That's what the original definition was.
So are infertile women not women?
Oh, I meant female. Women is a adult female. That's what I wanted to say. A woman is an adult female. Woman is an adult female. Sorry, I mixed up on my words.
Okay, so are intersex women not women?
Intersex female are.
What is a female?
A female is the sex capable of bearing offspring.
Intersex people can't bear offspring.
I'm sorry?
Intersex people can't bear offspring.
Yes, they can. Some of them can. Intersex female can. What are you talking about?
I thought they were generally infertile.
Rare.
See what I'm saying? You don't even know this stuff. How you trying to teach it to the kids? Y'all don't even know.
Yeah. Okay.
Y'all don't even know.
Baby Pop is not a licensed educator. There's something that she might not know.
I get it, but you're here arguing to teach this to kids, and we don't even understand it all. Do you realize another gender's?
Obviously when we're talking about educating children, we're going to talk about educating people with people who are educated, right?
I get it.
The research that I've done, what I've read that like most of the time they're infertile.
Okay, I get it, but guess what? That stuff changes tomorrow. We get a new gender tomorrow. We get somebody identifying as something new tomorrow. How are we supposed to keep up with that?
Are intersex people generally like a lot of the time they're infertile?
Yeah, there's more intersex conditions that cause infertility than.
Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Okay, period. Then I concede. Go.
Okay, so like I'm saying, they're coming out with a new gender tomorrow. They're coming out with a new, and I'm not making fun of that. I'm not making fun of it, but that plus stands for a lot of things.
Which
I don't know.
Tomorrow.
It's like Jordans, bro. I can't keep up with it.
Okay,
They're coming.
I haven't heard of a new gender identity since a year ago.
Well, I mean, furries is something new to me.
Furries are not genders.
But they're a part of the LGBTQ plus.
No, some furries are queer. Not all furries.
Bro, look, I thought furry was a part of the plus. They saying that they're a part.
You don't even know what it is. Like,
Look, this is what they're telling me. This is what they're telling me. Look, this is what a furry told me. A furry told me that it was a part of the plus.
It's not.
That all furries are a part of the LGBTQ.
So what is the plus? So what is the plus then? What does the plus stand for?
The plus. Okay, so
the plus.
The technical abbreviation is 2S LGBTQIAPP. 2S LGBTQIAAPP plus.
Plus what? What does the plus stand for? What is the wait? What's the AAPP?
Asexual, aromantic, pansexual, polysexual,
and then plus.
They're getting to that.
So what? So what is the plus?
They're getting to that.
I apologize. Go ahead.
So plus is like other things like demisexual, the different things that fall under the umbrellas of the other letters. So non-binary, gender fluid, agender, bigender, like all of the everything that's not specifically listed, but furry is not one of them.
Wait, you said everything is not specifically listed. It got to be listed.
It's
We
not.
got to know.
No,
Whoa.
is straight in the plus?
Hold on. I'm talking about, but the plus has to list all of the things that come with it, right? Because anybody could fall under the plus if it doesn't, and that's a scary thing, wouldn't you think?
No.
Anyone cannot fall under the plus.
Anybody, y'all? There's some weird people out here. Think about it
No,
now.
not
Exactly, and they're not
anybody
under
can
the
fall under the
plus.
plus. You don't fall under the plus if you're straight. I mean,
But
if
you
you're
don't have a
straight,
list.
gender,
There's no list to show you what is.
essentially, it's everyone who isn't straight or cisgender. That is what the plus
Right.
is. Everyone else,
Do you know? Okay, go ahead.
Narrator,
Go
you
ahead.
have
No,
me
go
sit
ahead.
when you are speaking.
Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
The plus labels everyone else not listed in the acronym who is not straight or cisgender.
Okay. Do you know what a pederast is?
That is a paraphilia.
Right. And they're not listed under straight or trans either, or cisgender either. Right. So that means they will fall under the plus. Do you understand what I'm saying?
They don't.
For people who don't know what a pederast is, that's someone who has a sexual preference for minors.
That does not
But it's a sexuality, and it doesn't fall under gay or straight either.
No, it's not a sexuality.
What is it then?
A paraphilia.
And what is that?
It is a psychological condition
that causes them to do what?
To be sexually interested in people who are underage.
AKA a sexuality.
No.
Man, bro.
Okay, so
don't play this game with me, man. Don't play this game with me, man.
Narrator, wait. It seems like the disconnect here is that you think that the plus just means any sexuality, and it's not. That's not what that means. It doesn't mean any sexuality. There are some sexualities that are not within the LGBT.
What I'm saying is, if and look, I don't mean this in any disrespectful way. List everything under the plus so we can know what's there. Because if we don't,
it's everyone who isn't straight.
Listen. Hot dog, I've been respectful to you. All I'm asking you to do is.
You have not.
Okay.
Don't lie to yourself.
What did I do disrespectful?
Well, you immediately started off the call threatening them, but okay. But anyway.
Okay. All right.
We're gonna go on. So
you're gonna go on?
No, I mean go on in this conversation. Again, what is the overall point that you're trying to make again?
The overall point that I'm trying to make is we have had a conversation on this live, and I have taught you something about something that you're a part of, and you guys want to educate our children about this.
Community.
Okay.
Taught who about what?
You didn't know that intersex females could have children, did you? You learned something today, right? And so what I'm telling you is,
I taught her that. I said generally.
Yeah, he taught her that. I mean, I don't care who taught it, guys. I don't have that ego. The thing that I came here to do is it happened. You guys don't understand all the way. How are you trying to pass this off to the youth?
No, obviously, I want for the people who educate youth to be like educated in this. They should know how to answer these questions. I'm not an educator.
You're right. You're right. Last question. Last question. What is Andrew Johnson's wife's name?
I don't know.
What is Ellen DeGeneres' wife's name?
Orson Rossi.
Okay, see, he knew that. Andrew Johnson was a president. We don't even know his wife's name. So his sexuality wasn't that important, was it? Who he loved wasn't that important, wasn't? And he was a president. I'm just saying he was a president, and we don't even know who his wife was. But we know who Ellen DeGeneres' wife is.
I only know that.
It's because Ellen DeGeneres' wife is also famous. That's why.
I understand, but this guy's a president. Who's more famous than a president?
Ellen DeGeneres is more famous than Andrew Johnson.
Got you. In his time, she wouldn't have been. I just want y'all to know that.
In his time, she wasn't even alive.
Yeah, in his time, she wouldn't have been famous either.
In his time, she wouldn't have been alive.
Right. Yeah. Got you.
In his time, yes, his wife would have been famous.
Okay, got you. But you don't even know her
Like
name.
at that time, I'm sure people knew his
I
wife.
don't know her name off the top of my
You
head.
don't
You
nobody
don't
know her
know
name. A
you
president's
don't know
wife.
you don't know
But
yeah.
but gender and sexuality and who we love matter so much, but y'all don't even know her name.
But
You
wait, what is
don't
the
know
point that you're
her
trying
name.
to make?
Baby,
You're
baby,
trying. Oh
baby.
my god,
Can we just
it's
drop
giving
him already?
bipolar. Like I don't understand. Here's the thing. What is the point that you're trying to make? Because it's not about knowing that what his wife's name was. It's the fact that we know that he indeed had a wife. Like when we're taught about him, we know that he had a wife. Like that's the difference.
But did she have a girlfriend?
We don't know.
I don't
I'm
know.
saying,
Why
because
is that relevant? What are you
everybody's so
arguing?
nosy. Everybody's so nosy now.
What are you arguing?
You know. Marvin
Do
Gaye
you know
was
who
gay
Alan
for a
Turing
long
is?
time
Do
until
you know
people
who
got
Alan
into
Turing
his
is?
business, man. That's come on, man.
Do
Like
you know who
y'all just
Alan
so
Turing is?
nosy.
The
People have
narrator.
turned into the
Okay.
paparazzi. Y'all want to
Do you
know
know who
about
Alan
everything that
Turing is?
happened and don't want to fix a damn thing.
He's just
Why? All
yapping.
you want to do is state a problem, no solution. Problem,
Do you
problem,
know who
problem.
Alan Turing is?
Bro, it's just yapping, bro.
Who do I
Just
know?
yapping.
Do you know who Alan Turing is?
Enlighten me.
You don't know wait, you don't know the person that practically ended World War II?
Thank you for the follow, Bob Slap.
Enlighten me, hot dog.
Oh yeah, you don't know the man who
He
invented the
cracked the
machine?
fucking code, dude.
He
Hey,
cracked
look,
the Da Vinci Code.
I got
He
bitches in
cracked
school.
the code that lessened the war. And he was a
Yeah, I
gay
got
man.
bitches. I got bitches. I played football. I was in the band.
I don't give a fuck who you fucked or what you did in high school.
He
I'm
cracked
asking
the
you.
Enigma code. Do you know what that is?
See, that's the thing. See,
No,
that's how.
narrator. No.
That's that little wee wee energy when you get mad.
You don't get to
Oh
do that.
no,
You don't
I
get to
was
do that.
just
When you get mad about
being
everything.
you towards you. That's what I was doing.
You don't even know who this person is. The person who helped end the war was a gay man who cracked the Enigma code. But you don't even
That's
know who that is.
hey, kudos to that man. Kudos to him, bro.
Really, he's dead now because they castrated him.
Oh, they did. That's messed up. They did
Yeah,
a lot.
because
They did a
do you
lot of
know
messed
why
up
they
to my people
castrated him?
too.
Do you know
They
why they
did.
castrated him? After
Why
he
they do it?
basically ended the war. Do you want to know why they castrated him?
Why? Why they do it for?
Yeah, because somebody who knew him reported him for homosexuality.
See, that's what I'm saying. All up in somebody's business. Cause somebody want to know.
Yeah.
If it
And they
wasn't for
still
y'all trying to
prosecuted
know,
him.
that man
They
would
still
still
criminally
not be.
prosecuted
He would
him.
not be castrated right now. But somebody want to be in his business. Somebody
Yeah,
want to be TMZ
but why was he castrated?
because somebody wanted to be nosy.
No, because he was gay.
That's not why he got castrated though, because he
Yes,
was
it
gay
is.
way before somebody wanted to be nosy, and he wasn't castrated then. But as soon as them people started being nosy, whoop, there it went.
Do you think when they started
Okay, but
being
it's
nosy
still
is when he
because he was
started to be
gay.
gay?
Nah, when they started being nosy is when he started getting castrated though. Huh?
Anyway, narrator, do you
Huh?
have anything else you want to say?
Yeah, man. Learn your facts before you take it to the schools because
All
you're
right,
not
man.
speaking facts
All
today.
right,
All
man. Have a
right,
good
y'all.
night.
Are going to be taking it
Have
to
a
the
good night.
schools.
That was cringe. Can we get a yikes in the chat, y'all? We got 3 minutes left before the live is over. Thank you, Sarah, for being here. I don't know what that was. I don't know how to I didn't know how to like engage in that conversation. I didn't know how. It just didn't feel real. But anyway, y'all. We got 2 minutes left. I think maybe we can do like one more debate. We can do one more debate. Let's go to Gemini. Remember to tap that screen, y'all. Thank you for 57K. Let's see if we can get to 60K before we end the live here. Doesn't seem like this person's loading in. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. Remember to keep tapping that live. Live is about to end at like 11 p.m. But we can do one more. We can do one more person.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
2003.
Okay. What do you think about the topic here?
Well, I used to live in America before for 5 years, and I feel like the American education is very poor. Just in my personal opinion. I wouldn't mind that the LGBTQ and plus to be taught in schools, but I feel like we would need to have a different curriculum, like in a sense, change everything up within the education. I think why not? I think it should be taught. I think it's important, but I think we would need to have professional people who really know about this and, teach that. So not like some, BS, because honestly, I feel like when I was there, I didn't really learn anything. And all I learned about was just the American Constitution, and that's it. So
I agree.
I think it should be really, like, how do I say
Yeah.
it?
Just like in any other curriculum where people are teaching about these things, I think that it's very important that like the people that are teaching these children
Mhm.
and these students are professionals in their field. Yeah.
I definitely think that they should be professionals because honestly, like,
yeah,
America is kind
That
of
should be the
lacking that, and I live in Europe now, and a lot of kids here, they come from America because, like, I don't know, I feel like just
It's bad.
even universities and everything, like, I think the whole education system is lacking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I agree. I fully agree. Like
And I think
let me
that,
tell you something. I am definitely not the person that should get up and start educating these kids. I'm not. You see me today, I've
yeah,
made mistakes. So I'm definitely not the person to get up and do it. But yeah, I fully agree with you. That's a base take.
yeah. Someone said, "How does one be a professional LGBTQ?" I think a very educated person. I don't think there should be some BS like, I don't know, whatever people say. I really don't know, but I think it should be an educated person who's able to teach children
Or
instead of
articulate these things to children. Yeah, it's not
instead of telling them, some stupid stuff. But I think it's important. I mean, some might not agree, and that's okay. But
Yeah. But that the school is not for people to agree. School's to teach people reality, and that is reality. People
yeah,
within the community exist. But yeah,
I agree with you.
sorry. All right. Yeah.
Reality.
Thank you
That's
so much. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Sal. Thank you so much.
no
All right,
problem.
y'all.
Y'all have a good day or
You too.
night.
Yeah, you
Bye
too. Be
bye.
safe. Be safe. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. It's 11:01. If you guys want, I'm playing Sims. I'm gonna be streaming Sims in my Discord, y'all. So if you want to hop over there, you can watch me play some Sims. Sir, what are you doing?
I don't know. Sleeping on fire.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's really not cute because
We have
we
an electric
barely.
fireplace, and I think it's lame. But it has
It's
like
really not cute because I have no power. Well, I have like minimal power.
oh,
'cause I
not
just
you
run
living,
everything
not
off
you
the
living
grid.
in the 1600s over there.
I've been living with a stomach virus with no power for
Oh my
4 days and water pumps, who knew, are electric.
Gotta get you a nice little oil lamp, like my mom used to.
So my dad came up and now we have like very
Thank you for the
minimal
follow,
power.
sir.
Like the lights are not working, but the heat, he's turning it off at like 11:30.
Yeah. Are you doing like renovations or is there like a power outage?
No, like there was a massive storm.
Oh shit.
There was like, look up Main Storm 2023, and it's bad. There was like roads that turned into rivers. I heard trees falling. Tree fell on my neighbor's fence.
Oh my goodness. Oh. And you're alive? W
I
Sarah
am
in the
alive,
comment section.
and my house
They're
is
like
on a
just
lake, so I thought we were gonna have trouble.
oh my
I thought it was
god.
gonna be trouble.
Oh, that's tragic. Oh, you're lucky.
Yeah,
But yeah, no,
there was
I
like
feel
4
like
inches of water in my basement.
I thought I was living in the dark ages because my parents, they're like remodeling the kitchen right now. And I went downstairs and my dad just like took out the sink. We don't have a sink right now. We don't have a sink. We don't have running water. Because he decided to take out the sink before anything else. So I feel like I don't want to get water from my basement. I don't know. Something about that just don't sit right with me. And maybe I'm just privileged, but I'll be privileged because I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not boiling water to make it clean. I will just die. So
Oh yeah, I didn't do that. I didn't know.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Anyway, y'all, I'm going to be on Discord. I'm going to be streaming The Sims 4. One of my younger Sims just aged up, so we gotta We got to give her that drip. Also, I'm making another sim. She's gonna be like a what do you call it? Like a social media star. Thank you for the rose. But yeah, I am going to be on Discord. Hop into the Discord. It is in my bio, or just message me because I can send you the link if it's not working. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off. Why is it testing at 11 p.m.? That is so random. That is so random. But anyway, yeah, but guys, we're gonna hop off tonight. Hop into the Discord. We're gonna have a good time. If you are on the Discord, remember to grab them rolls. But yeah, we gonna hop off. Thank you all for coming. And I love you. I love you, Sarah. Please be safe. I don't want you to get waterlogged. So we're gonna hop off, y'all. I love you guys so much. Bye bye. Bye bye. Oh shit, I'm gonna drop my phone.